LM2 Experience and SPD Action Travel. On row number 1, 020 Jeff Nelson, 1 wide Jim Barker, 14 Brian Lehrer, and 061 James Milroy Jr. Row number 2 at 714 Kirk Klein and 710 Jordan Henry. For the sound of singles 3, presented by Rising Sun Cycles. On row number 4, bike number 1E Ralph Starpoli, 3Z David Frick, 329 Matthew Crabtree, and 968 Jim Masters. For row number 5, it's 923 Colleen Ernstsom, bike number 12 Adrian Yasso, and 87 Eric Watts. Row number 6, it's 91 Sean Smith, 231 Rick Gould, 690 Bob Rebecco, and 830 Tyler McCracken. Row number 7, it's 787 James Pooler, 632 Dwayne Hickson, and bike number 781 Paul Nelson. Then rounding out that field on row number 8, 241 Sharad Shabag. Back on for the Next Gen Superbike Middleweight, presented by Moto Madcap. Back on row number 10, it's 15G Sean Gilmore and 83B Sven Blay. That's your field here for race number 4. Next Gen Superbike 2, presented by LM2 Experience and SPD Action Travel. Sound of Singles 3, presented by Rising Sun. And Next Gen Superbike Middleweight, presented by Moto Madcap.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to another great afternoon. This is our second session for today here at the Classic Moto Fest in Topeka. One of our sponsors for this race event and this really fascinating sounding travel company.
Yeah.
I want to take a second and talk to Chris a little bit about what you do. Tell us where you're from and what you do, Chris.
Yeah, so I'm from SPD Action Travel, and we focus on motorsport themed experience vacations, mostly over to Europe, Asia, Australia, really with a focus on going over and experiencing some of the great tracks that are throughout the world, not in the U.S., but also getting some cultural experiences while you're making that long trip over to wherever it is we're going. And our service basically covers everything but food, flights, visas, pretty much everything that we can do that is a barrier for someone who's perhaps never traveled overseas or hasn't done it in a while, or just doesn't have time to deal with all of the hotels and booking the flights.
Logistics.
All of the logistics we handle. I've been doing that stuff for 15 years now, traveling around doing this stuff, and so some of the things that seem like mountains when you're just starting it is something that's kind of old hat for us. And so right now the next one that we have coming up in July is 2 days on Ducatis with the Ducati riding experience at Mugello. It's a 10-day trip, kind of themed as a couples trip, right? It's very, very limited numbers, 6 total guests. And we're doing a couple of days in Bologna, a couple of days in Florence, also with going to Mugello, and then we're going to go to the Cinque Terre region on the Mediterranean coast to kind of wrap that up.
That sounds amazing. Where can people find more information? What's your website?
spdactiontravel.com. That's SPD like speed. Actiontravel.com.
Excellent. I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to check it out.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and jump back down to the track side. We've got our first race of this afternoon kicking off right now. Thank you so much, my friend.
Cool.
I
Thank you
appreciate
very much.
you. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, we'll see you guys down the road.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, let me know if anybody has anything. You got my contact info, and we'll go from there.
Excellent.
you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Let's go trackside and go watch the launch of race number 4.
Yep.
What an incredible sounding trip, right?
It does.
Going to Italy for Ducati days. I've had
The Nürburgring Ring in Germany for later on in the year.
I know. spdtravel.com. I'll have to go check it out.
As the green flag waves, looking like 061, James Mallory Jr. gets a rocket start from over on the right-hand side of the track as they work their way up through the gearbox over the crest of the hill down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, waiting for that second wave to get going. They have to wait till wave number 1 clears turn number 1 and over into turn 2 before they'll allow the next wave to go, as it looks like they're getting the board sideways. Green flag flies, and it's bike number 12, Adrian Yasso, making a rocket start from the middle of that second row as they work their way forward to start their race.
Yeah, this excellent pass just happened right off of the launch. Holy smokes. Well, it's already shaping up to be pretty exciting out here, Jay.
Yeah, it is. We'll see how it's going to shape up when they come around and complete lap number 1. For the field out here, race number 4, Next Gen Superbike 2, is sponsored by SPD Action Travel and LM2 Experience. SPD Action Travel and the LM2 Experience offer travel packages created to provide low-stress / high-reward trips to those who love motorsports. Whether your passion is on 2 wheels or 4, they give you the opportunity to turn laps on some of the world's most incredible racetracks, as well as experience the local nature, culture, and history of these regions. We encourage you to stop by down at their pits and talk to them today to start checking things off of your bucket list. The class itself was started back in 2017, featuring early 90s to early 2000 production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into street bikes. Twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000 cc's from Aprilia and Ducati can be seen out there. The 4-cylinder bikes are typical 750cc models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is the era when riders like Doug Chandler, Ben Brostrom, and Matt Mladen were the U.S. champions. For the Sound of Singles 3, this is sponsored by Rising Sun Cycles. RS Cycles is a veteran and family-owned small business that is dedicated to supporting GP bike racing in the U.S. They supply racing bikes, parts, advice, and sponsorship for racers and track day riders on the Honda RS 125s and 250s, the NSF 250Rs, Milwaukee MD 250H machines, and the Yamaha TZ 125 and 250 GP bikes. They stock thousands of OEM parts and have started sourcing replacement parts as those parts become unavailable from the manufacturers. While they mainly focus on GP bikes, they can also get lots of gear and other supplies that are needed by AHRMA racers. Contact them today at rscycles.com. The class itself is open to small bore production singles such as the new KTM 390 RC and the Duke, plus purpose-built machines with Grand Prix chassis. GP-style bikes can use any one of a variety of air or water-cooled 2 or 4-stroke engines. Liquid-cooled 2 or 4 strokes can displace up to 250 cc's, air-cooled 2 strokes up to 300 cc's, and air-cooled 4 strokes up to 350 cc's. Also included in this class is the United States Grand Prix Riders Union, also known as the USGPRU, is scoring the Sound of Singles for its 2022 National Championship and the Open 2-stroke class. Trophies for the Sound of Single 3s were handed out last night at the awards ceremonies, and trophies will be announced for the Open 2-stroke today after lunch. For more information, see Paul Hoyt Nelson, bike number 781 in the upper paddock near the pit in and out road. USGPRU can be contacted at usgpru.net or through Stewart at rscycles.com. For the Next Gen Superbike middleweight field, this class is sponsored by Moto Madcap. This middleweight class showcases what was raced in the late 80s through the early 90s. It's limited to period modifications. Some of the eligible machines that you'll see out there are the Ducati Passo 750 Sport and 750 SS's. Honda's CBR 600F and F2s can be represented out there. Kawasaki brings its GPZ 600R through the ZX 600E2 series. Moto Guzzi's Le Mans 850s are out there. Suzuki has GSXRs and GSX 600s available along with their RG 500s, and then Yamaha can be represented out there with the FZR 600s or the FZR 400s with FZR 600 engines, and the Yamaha RZ 500 are also legal for this class. Out on the track after 2 laps, it's 061 James Milroy still leading the 714 Kurt Klein. That's your first and second for the Next Gen Superbikes. Then 020 Jeff Nelson, third overall, third in class. 17 Jordan Henry in fourth, and bike number 14 Brian Laraburu round out your top 5. Bike number 12 Adrian Yasso is in that 6th place position. He's leading currently for the Sound of Singles 3 with bike number 1E Ralph Starpoli right behind him. Then it's going to be bike number 83B Sven Blay running for the Next Gen Superbike middleweight, leading in that class. Then 3Z David Frick in that 9th place position. He's holding on to 3rd for Sound of Singles 3. And the bike number 87 Eric Watts rounds out your top 10. He's running 4th in class for the Sound of Singles 3 as the halfway flag should be coming out next time by.
And that great sounding sponsor again for this class, spdactiontravel.com. SPD like speed. Speedactiontravel.com. I think that sounds really, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Very cool.
There's your race leader. Race leader at the halfway point. Looks like 714 Kurt Klein worked his way around Milroy, so put Klein up on the top step of the podium. 061 James Milroy Jr. back there in that 2nd place position. Then 020 Jeff Nelson round out your top 3. Battle up there between Brian Laraburo and Jordan Henry. So 14 Brian Laraburo up to that 4th place position. 7-10 Jordan Henry round out your top 5. Waiting for the Sound of Singles 3 bikes. They should be coming around here in just a moment. We'll see if Yasso's going to have the lead or if Star Poli is going to be able to get around them as they're working their way through the back section of the course right now.
Welcome back, Jackie Gould cheering on Rick Gould. Carolyn McLaughlin, welcome back. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to hit that share button.
Battle for the Sound of Singles. It's a 3-way battle between Yasso, Sven Blay, and Ralph Starpoli. So Blay out there with the next-gen Superbike middleweight, mixing it up with the Sound of Singles 3 as those 3 came across the start-finish line to begin the next half of their race. Attention out there in the paddock. I want to remind everybody, when you're done racing for the weekend, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder. Again, when you're done racing for the weekend, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder. Also want to remind everybody, don't forget to check your finishing positions. Don't assume just because you won the race that you're going to be at the top of the board. So again, please make sure you check your finishing positions as they're posted. Let us know if you run into any issues. And again, don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. Here comes your race leader, 714, Kurt Klein, on an absolute rocket ship as he's setting a blistering pace that last lap, almost a full front straightaway lead over second place rider 061, James Milroy Jr. as he crosses the start-finish line to start his second half of the race. Then it's going to be bike number 020, Jeff Nelson there, back in that 3rd place position. Actually, scratch that. It's 14, Brian Laraburo. He managed to get around Henry and sets his sights on Jeff Nelson as he just nips him at the line. So put 14, Brian Laraburo up on the 3rd step of the podium. 020, Jeff Nelson back there in 4th. And 710, Jordan Henry round out your top 5. Tension in the paddock. Tension in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3. Presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply, and Sportsman 750 presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3 and Sportsman 750. You folks will be up in just a moment. First call for race number 5. First call. Going on down through the leaderboard, looks like 1E, Ralph Starpoli managed to work his way around Adrian Jasso and Sven Blay. So Starpoli leading for the Sound of Singles, Blay leading for Superbike middleweight, and then Jasso in 2nd place there for Sound of Singles 3 as the laps continue to click off here.
Starpoli in the hunt.
Yeah, he's flying. He's found his rhythm and got free of the traffic, and now he's trying to check out. White flag out for your race leader, bike number 714, Kurt Klein, letting him know he's got one more lap to see that checkered flag. 2nd place rider, bike number 061, James Milroy, rockets across the start-finish line as he's picking off some of the back markers here on his final lap, looking up towards turn number 14. Is it going to be Laraburo or Nelson still standing on that 3rd step of the podium? Here they come down the start-finish line. It is 020 Jeff Nelson with Laraburo right behind him, so the battle is raging for those guys as they're trying to figure out who's going to stand on that last step of the podium, with 710 Jordan Henry back there rounding out your top 5. Looks like Laraburo and Nelson are really duking it out. Some more of the riders going to cross.
Thanks for tuning in, Randy Whitney, Ashley Esterline, and Tom Hilliard. Thanks for tuning in.
Boy, Starpoli is definitely on a rocket ride now. He's really stretched out his lead over Blay, and then Jasso right there. Bike number 1E, Ralph Starpoli, definitely finding his rhythm as he's broken free of traffic, leading for the Sound of Singles. He's got Sven Blay on 83B, leading for this next-gen Superbike middleweight field right behind him. And then bike number 12, Adrian Jasso, is in that 2nd place for Sound of Singles 3. Waiting for our race leader, 714 Kurt Klein is working his way through the back section of the track right now on his final lap. And out of turn number 14, here he comes at 714. Kurt Klein taking a quick look over his shoulder, doesn't see anybody behind him as the checkered flag waves for him, taking the unofficial win out there in the Next Gen Superbike 2 field. Then it's going to be bike number 061, James Milroy Jr. taking an unofficial second. Waiting to see how that battle between Nelson and Larabrew is going to shape up. Here they come. They're pretty much side by side out of turn number 14. Looks like it's going to be Brian Larabrew pulling the trigger and just nipping Jeff Nelson for that final step of the podium as Nelson comes home fourth and Jordan Henry unofficially back there rounding out your top five.
Some real exciting
Attention in the
racing going on
paddock.
out there.
Let's go second call. Second call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3, presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply, and the Sportsman 750 field, presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3 and Sportsman 750. Second call for race number 5. Second call.
Well, definitely some very exciting racing going on out there, Jay.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Got another little battle going on right now, coming down the stretch. This little knot.
Looks like bike number 1E, Ralph Starpoli, working his way. Actually, no, it was 83 Sven Play working his way through traffic. So Sven is already out in the lead for the Next Gen Superbike middleweight, but he's 6th overall, taking the unofficial win. 1E, Ralph Starpoli taking the unofficial win over Sound and Singles with bike number 12, Adrian Yasso right behind him. Then 329, Luke Crabtree back there in that 9th overall, and 3Z, David Frick for Sound of Singles, rounding out your top 10 as the rest of the field continues to take the checkered flag.
Well, alrighty. And as this one winds down, let's go see what's going on for race number 5. All right, race number 5 of a 14 race day. This is going to be Sound of Thunder 3. Sportsman 750.
Yep.
And
That's
that's
a pretty good size field. 7, 14, 21, 23 on this one, and then another 4 for Sportsman 750. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3 and Sportsman 750. You folks are up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it is third call. Third and final call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3, presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply, and Sportsman 750, presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. Bring them on up. It's third call. Third and final call for race number 5. Third call for race number 5.
Hey, Miss Mary McGee is tuning in. What's going on, Miss Mary McGee? Mary McGee, one of our VIP and Grand Marshals at Barber.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in, my friend. We appreciate you watching. Sam Nin, or Ninman. Thanks for tuning back in. Barry Hassenkopf, thank you for watching. Chad Simons, also thank you for tuning in. And Matt Parsons. Make sure you hit that share button. Let your friends know about this awesome feed that's going to be going on all afternoon. We are in race number 5 right now of a 14 race day event. We'll be wrapping up at approximately 5 p.m. today, so we still have plenty of more race action coming your way here from Topeka.
Once again, attention out there in the paddock. It's third call, third and final call for race number 5. Sound of Thunder 3 and Sportsman 750. You folks are up right now. Bring them on up. We'll send you out for your hot lap. It's third call, third and final call for race number 5. Here they come. As the riders riders take to the track here for their exciting lap. Here's how they're going to grid up. 4 Sound of Thunder 3 presented by N-Cubed Racing and Motorcycle Supply on row number 1. Bike number 80H, Chris Niesemeyer. 271, David Vaughn. 1F, Kevin Grammel. And 901, Sean Peace. Row number 2, it's 4L, Drew Jancord. 553, Paul Canali. And 025, Michael Applehans. Row number 3, it's 370, Brett Folkert. 16, Teddy Honan. 46, Bob Robbins. And 12X, Ricky Orlando. For row number 4, it's 66Y, Sam York. 576, Christian Jensen. And 225, Brad Rixmeyer. Row number 6 at 713, Maxon McLaughlin. 696, Douglas Parker. 762, Shane Quigg. And 009, Kyle Smith. Row number 6 is 362, Andre Taylor. 811, Tommy Ryan. And 55T, Eric Eads. Row number 7 is 454, John Miller. And 189, John Deucer. For the Sportsman 750 field, presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. Back on row number 9 is bike number 1 in, Matt Esterline. 24, Grant Spence. 84, Jeff Hargis. 839, Michael Dixon. And bike number 451, Brandy Inglese. Back on row number 10, rounding out your field. That's how they're going to shape up. Waiting for them to come back around here to grid up in just a moment. And I got to drag for a back-to-back after this one.
Okay. Well, great afternoon of racing, a great weekend of racing going on here at this Classic MotoFest here at Heartland Motorsports Park. It has been road racing both days here with the live stream, but do not forget we also have tons and tons of dirt racing going on with AHRMA. For more information on our schedule, you can go check out AHRMA.org. These Classic MotoFests, though, feature all of our different disciplines, dirt and road racing as well, so this is a really special weekend. We had trials, we had cross country, we had some flat track going on last night, we've had the road racing going on the past several days. Lots of really good stuff going on out here. The next Classic MotoFest coming your way is going to be at Laguna Seca in July, and then also our final Classic MotoFest will be at Barber in Leeds, Alabama in October. But we've got plenty of other standalone races going on between now and the end of our season. Yep. We've got a huge full calendar. Again, to look up whether you want to race with us, dirt racing or road racing, or come out and spectate, make sure you head over to www.arma.org.
Yeah, we've got New Jersey in the middle of June. We've got, after Laguna Seca, the following weekend, we're up at the Ridge up in Washington State.
Oh, yeah.
In July. August, we're at Blackhawk the Farms there in South Beloit. That track's been there forever. I've raced that one quite a bit.
In Wisconsin.
Yep.
That's a great,
it's right there on the Illinois-Wisconsin border. Yeah, it's actually in Illinois, but you have to go to Wisconsin to get into the place.
Okay.
Then in September, over Labor Day weekend, we're going to be at Gingerman in South Haven, Michigan.
Yep.
Another track I've raced at quite a bit. And then, like I said, in October, the week before the Vintage Fest at Barber, we're going to be at Little Tally over in Munford, just about 40 miles or so from the Barber track. And that's going to be a back-to-back weekend that one, too. You can come out and race Talladega and then stick around, and the next weekend, race the Barber.
Make the whole southern swing of it.
That's right.
Spend the whole month down in Alabama, which is glorious, by the way. I went down to Gulf Shores for vacation after Barber last year for a couple days by the beach, and it was wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
Highly recommended Alabama in October.
Lots of hospitality down there.
Plenty of sunshine. That's all I know. It was gorgeous weather and great racing, and the Barber Museum, if you haven't been, woo! You got to put that on your list, my friend.
Yeah, that's a full day right there.
Okay, and let's go trackside for race number 5.
As the green flag waves, not surprising, bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer getting a jump on the field as he leads them up over the crest of the hill down into turn number 1. Looking back up the track here, waiting for the first wave to clear turn number 1 over to turn number 2 before the Sportsman 750 field get going. And as the green flag waves there, it's bike number 84, Jeff Hargis, once again getting a rocket start as he leads that field over the crest of the hill over towards turn number 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Sound of Thunder 3 bikes all the way over in the turns 4, 5, and 6 area here on the opening lap. We'll get the full running order for you when they come around and complete lap number 1 in just a moment. For race 5 in the Sound of Thunder 3, this is sponsored by Motorcycle Supply with N-Cubed Racing. When duct tape and zip ties won't do, give them a call.
Duct tape and zip ties always do.
Motorcycle Supply is run by experienced gray-haired riders and racers serving motorcyclists with parts, accessories, and gear since 1988. Come see them in Manhattan, Kansas, the home of 1,300 miles of highway and 11 turns. Man, I'm talking flat there, guys. The class itself is comprised of a variety of twin-cylinder bikes, including Harley XR 1200s. Pushrod overhead valve machines up to 1,000 cc's are legal, as are overhead cam engines with up to 3 valves per cylinder to 805 cc's. Single overhead cam liquid-cooled V-twins to 750 cc's are legal, and overhead cam liquid-cooled 4-valve engines to a maximum of 650 cc's can be found in this class. For the Sportsman 750 field, sponsored by MAP Cycle Enterprises and Mario Perna, this field is for 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines. A new addition to the class and for 2015 was the single overhead cam Honda CB754, ready to take on the class-dominating twins at the time, which were Yamaha XS650s. No fairings are allowed, but front disc brakes are allowed. Japanese, British, Italian, and German bikes are on the track with this class as the field thunders by in a complete lap number 1. Out front, ADH, Chris Hasemeyer leading. Bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt there in second, and 12X, Ricky Orlando round out your top 3. 271, David Vaughn's back there in fourth, and bike number 1F, Kevin Grimmel rounds out your top 5. 811, Tommy Ryan's in sixth. 362, Andre Taylor is in 7th. 370, Brett Folkert's in 8th. 762, Shane Quigg back there in 9th. And bike number 901, Sean Beese, round out your top 10. Did you get your knee puck?
It's not the right one.
Oh, sorry
They
about
found it in
that.
the wrong place and it's the wrong color.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
we
the way
have
it
got absolute race legend, icon, very fast, upstanding citizen, friend of AHRMA, Mr. Walt Fulton up here joining us. We were just talking to him. He lost a knee puck out there during your last race.
I did, and boy, that was a lot of accolades there, I think. But yes, I did. I tagged it on the rumble strip on the inside of turn 3.
Yeah, well, it didn't seem to slow you down because you absolutely were duking it out. There was a lot of cat and mouse going on during that 350 GP Grand Prix race. That's the race you were in just earlier today.
Yeah.
350 GP. So that's when you were duking it out with Mr. David Roper. It was very cat and mouse. We didn't know what happened, and then last turn you made your move and ended up winning that race. It was absolutely outstanding. We're going to go look at this race that's going on right now for just 1 second, but
Yep.
stick around because I definitely want to talk to you about it. But let's go see where we're at with race number 5.
Out front to start that second lap, ADH Chris Hasemeyer still leading with bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt back there in second, and 12X Ricky Orlando rounding out your top 3. 362, Andre Taylor's in fourth, and 271, David Vaughn back in the 5th place position. 811, Tommy Ryan still there in 6th. 1F Kevin Grimmel in 7th. 025, Michael Applehound's making his way up to 8th. 762, Shane Quigg dropbacks to 9th, and 370, Brett Folker still rounding out your top 10 as the halfway flag should be coming out next time by for the race leader.
Well, I love we had a chance to talk a little earlier, Walt, about that you decided to make your move last lap a little bit sooner in order to make that pass on Dave Roper.
Yes, I kind of like to let sleeping dogs lie. And
Dave Roper's a sleeping dog in this one?
well, I don't want to wake him up, and I figured he would know that I was there. Although at Thunder Hill, he didn't know I was there for the whole race until I came underneath him, which is a good time to do it, right on the last lap or even the last corner in the front straightaway.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a great racer. Rides about 30 weekends out of the year, I think. Races 30 weekends out of the year.
Yes.
I have the pleasure of doing it only 4 weekends, which is better than nothing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. I enjoy it, but I'm feeling good, getting in better shape, and had a hip replacement a short time ago.
Yeah.
Go
Well, you
back.
look great out there. Let's go check out. current race leader.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, ADH, Chris Hasemeyer, but he's got some company with bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt, right there working the slipstream, stalking him for that top step of the podium. Those guys have kind of checked out on the rest of the field with bike number 12X, Ricky Orlando, rounding out your top three on the podium. 362, Andre Taylor back there in fourth, and 811, Tommy Ryan moving up to that fifth place position. 1/2, Kevin Grimmel slips back in the sixth. 16, Teddy Honan back there in seventh. 025, Michael Applehands still there in eighth. 271, David Vaughn in ninth, and 762, Shane Quigg dropping back a position, rounding out your top 10 as the field starts the second half of the race. Seeing the green flags out, letting them know they got 3 done and 3 left to go.
So in this scenario, David Roper is
Yes.
the dog that you're going to let sleep.
Yes.
I say don't poke the bear.
Well, that's the same difference, okay, same difference. I just wanna hang back there and mind my own business and be close enough to where, when I have an opportunity, and hopefully it'll be right toward the end of the race, that it won't give them enough chance to regroup and
Yeah.
come back by me.
Well, you were saying what happened yesterday is you waited until a little bit later in the last lap and learned your lesson.
Yes, we were catching lappers, and he got by one that took my line away, which slowed me up, and I just didn't have enough coming off the corner to catch him.
To make it stick. So
Yeah.
that you decided for today, you were still going to wait till the last lap, but you were going to pull the trigger a little bit sooner before getting tangled up in any traffic.
Yeah, pretty much so. The opportunity presented itself. We did get, we actually did pass some lappers, but I stayed right with him, and I didn't let him slow me down. But what happened was I had a little steam on him coming up the front straightaway, and I just thought, this is the time to do it. It's
Yeah.
a great time to do it, going into turn 2. So over turn 1 and into 2, I came by him. He showed me a wheel in 2, but he didn't get any further than that.
He didn't make it stick. You closed the door on him.
Yeah. and the good thing is, and this is really good news to me anyway, is that my last lap was the fastest of the race. So, and fastest for me and fastest of the race.
So
All good.
It sounds like there's a lot of strategy going on out there. There's a lot of chess match happening.
Well, there has to be. If you're not thinking ahead, way ahead,
Yeah.
then you're behind the curve, and you need to catch up. You gotta make things work for you, not just let them develop. Sometimes they will, but for the most part, you gotta make it happen.
On that last
So how
lap,
does
bike
it
number
feel
4L, Drew Jancourt
when you
taking the win, or taking
pass,
the
make
lead
it
over
stick
ADH Chris
on
Hasemeyer. So
Dave
it's gonna
Roper?
be
You're
Hasemeyer's
both
turn to
super
follow
legitimate,
Jancourt to
very
figure out where
accomplished
the
American
fast lines are,
racers.
figure out how he
But
can
how
get
does it
back around
feel?
him on that top
Well,
step of the podium. Meanwhile, 12X Ricky
I-
Orlando still holding on to that
You know,
third
we
place
both
position.
ride the
362
same bike.
Andre
The
Taylor back there in
350
fourth,
Sprint,
and 811 Tommy Ryan still
built by
rounding
the
out your
same
top 5.
technician, a mechanic, same chassis, same identical horsepower within a tenth or two, and it was gratifying in a sense to actually come out on top over Roper, because he is just a wizard when it comes to 2 wheels and racing. So he said something to me today, and my response
White flag out
oh,
as your race leader, bike
pulled-
number 8, Chris
carted his
Hasemeyer,
bike
has
out,
found that way
in the
back
back of the
around
trailer.
Drew Jancourt.
And he
So
says,
those
"So how
guys
much
are
do you
duking
want
it out
for
for the
bringing it
lead
out?"
as
I says,
Hasemeyer left
"You
that
know, I'm
lap
not really
with
in the
4L.
business
Drew
of
Jancourt about 2
bikes,
bike
so I
lengths and
have
drift
no
work in the
idea what it's
draft
worth. I don't
as they're
know
up with the
whatever
crest
you
of the
feel
down
it's
into
worth,
turn number
I'll
1.
take it.
12X Ricky
And then I
Orlando
said,
still holding on to
"But
third place position.
I'd rather have
362 Andre
lessons.
Taylor back and forth.
Give me some
811 Tommy Ryan rounding out your top 5. 16
You said you were
back
willing
there.
to barter with Dave Roper about racing lessons in
Yeah.
exchange for carting his bike all over.
Yeah, exactly, because he's the man. He's ridden just about every track in the United States, I'm sure, and is very comfortable and familiar with them, and there's always a nuance from one corner to the next, and he knows them all.
Yeah, well, I think that sounds pretty incredible. I know there's way worse people to take a lesson from than Mr. Dave Roper or yourself,
Yes,
Mr.
there-
Walt Fulton.
yes, there are.
You are always very exciting to watch. It is such a treat, such a pleasure to watch you two race in particular. You just really keep it very lively, very spicy for us watching and for the live stream at home. So we do appreciate you coming on out. Where are we going to see you next racing with us at AHRMA?
Well, the next one will be Laguna Seca, And,
Okay.
And then after that, the next weekend will be the Ridge in Washington.
Okay.
So we're going to make both of those, and that'll be the end of my season.
Well, right on. Well, we will see you, or I will see you anyway, at Laguna Seca. And now we have got some, halfway flags are out from Ed. I just wanted to see where we're at in this race.
No, white flags.
Oh, white
White
flags
flag,
out.
white flag.
White
I
flag.
can't see. He's holding out those flags so tight. The wind is
Yeah.
so terrible.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like he's holding up a halfway? Okay, there we go. Checkers are out.
Flag out for your unofficial race winner. Looks like bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt, worked his way back around Hasemeyer, put his head down. So Drew Jancourt, top step of the podium unofficially. ADH Chris Hasemeyer back there in second, and waiting for our third place rider. It's going to be bike number 12X, Ricky Orlando. Solidly back there in third as he gives a quick wave to our starter Ed Bargy, letting him know that he is done with his race. That's your top three. 362 Andre Taylor back there in that fourth place position. It looks like bike number 811 Tommy Ryan's going to round out your top five.
I was going to say, that seemed like an
Let's
awful
go
long
first call.
halfway
Let's
mark.
go first call for
Yeah,
race
yeah.
number 6. Battle of the Twins 2.
No, that was last lap.
That
For
was
some
last
of them,
lap.
and the finish lap for the
Yes.
rest.
That was a white flag, not a
First
halfway.
call for race number 6. Battle of the Twins
Well,
2.
yesterday-
500 and Sound of Thunder 4. Again, first call. First call for Battle of the Twins 2, presented by Moto Course Performance. Formula 500 and Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wilkerson Racing. You guys will be up in just a moment. First call for race number 6.
Well, yesterday the wind was so crazy, Walt, that one of the flags flew out of his stand and went down onto the track, and they had to go scoop it up real fast. So
yeah.
he's got a real firm grip on him today.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to let you go back to packing out. I know you're getting ready to hit
Yep.
the road, but thank you so much for stopping by and saying hey to us. It is always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
You know, it's always a pleasure to see you too. Love what you do, and thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you very much. Safe travels.
Later.
Thank
Bye.
you. All righty, Jay. What's going on next for us out here?
Well, we've got the conclusion of race number 5. Unfortunately, we got to drag just a little bit because we got some back-to-backs in there. But looks like
Thank
Drew
you.
Jancourt
Safe travels.
just managed to pick off Chris Hasemeyer on that last lap, with Ricky Orlando running out your top 3 out there for the Sound of Thunder 3.
Yes, some great racing going on.
It was.
Super nice for Mr. Walt Fulton to stop by and come say hey to us.
Yep.
Talk a little bit of racing, racecraft, snipery, as GT was calling it earlier.
Mm-hmm. We do have to also pick up a bike out there, so
Okay.
not sure what kind of drag we're going to have to do here. Race leader's already in the pits. He's one of my back-to-backs, so.
Okay, so we've got one already, and everybody else is still starting to make their way back home.
Yeah.
I just want to take a second while we are on the live feed and show you a little quick shot of the actual track map, so you have an idea of what the layout of what we're talking about is. The track also runs behind the timing tower, so we can only really see the front part of the track. That's where my cameras are set up. But we try to bring you all the updates and all the news, so hopefully we're keeping it interesting for you. But this is the track here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Just a beautiful, beautiful facility. If the wind died down, it would be the most perfect race weather ever. It is sunny and gorgeous and spectacular. The wind, though, is a little rowdy the past 2 days, but that's okay. We're making the best of it. We do have a little bit of a delay because we have to pick up a bike. I think there was a little mechanical out there, and we have back-to-back going. You'll hear Jay use that phrase a lot. What that means is some of our racers are entered in more than one class, and they have races back-to-back, so they have to go either switch bikes or put gas in that machine, perhaps, before they go back to the grid. So we like to give them just an extra 60 to 90 seconds or so to accomplish all that. So while we are doing that, I do want to remind you, we are not just road racing here at AHRMA. No sir, no ma'am. We also do tons of fun, awesome dirt racing. I've got some flyers for you to take a look at to check out just some of the dirt racing going on for the 2022 season, see if there's a race near you. So let's go check them out. we're just in a little bit of a delay for just
Announce
2
to
hot
control.
seconds. And I just wanted to show you also this wonderful video
How we
celebrating
doing
this
out there?
weekend
Is
here in
safety rolling
Topeka.
back yet?
Let's go check out this great video from the folks at AHRMA.
Copy that. Thank you. Yeah, I probably should have been a little earlier.
All right, we have our next grid slowly heading on out there. They're still getting themselves situated a little bit, so I figured I'd just go ahead, show you the track, and then go ahead and get loaded up with the graphics for race 6, which is going to be Battle of Twins 2. Which is going to be the 900, or 900, was it 904 to be real specific? Isn't it some weird number? 904cc and
Oh
under?
yeah, 904. Yeah,
904cc and
below.
under. This is Battle of Twins 2. And Formula 500. Sound of Thunder 4, which is our smallest Thunder class. And smallest, I mean small displacement.
Yep. As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there. For the Battle of Twins 2, sponsored by Moto Course Performance on Moto 1, 720 Clint Austin, 15X Tony Prust, 198 Dylan Connor, and 114 Trip Nobles. Row number, for the Formula 500 back in row number 3, 1D Mark Morrow, 77Z Dan Sokolich, 7 David Roper, and bike number 10P Michael Platt. For row number 4, it's bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, 250, Mark Atkinson, and bike number 290, Rodney Madison. Row number 5, it's 5S, Martin Morrison, 26M, Alex McLean, 709, Joe Ackley, and 26Y, Zach Thomas. For the Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wick Wilkerson Racing, back on row number 7, it's 510, Noel Corwin, 87, Eric Watts, 47, Sam Weidel, and 923, Colleen Ermson. Row number 8, it's bike number 18T, William Kazner. Bike number 968, Jim Masters, and 4L, Drew Jancourt. Row number 9, it's 91, Sean Smith, 46, Bob Robbins, 220, Terrell, and 576, Christian Jensen. Row number 10, it's 15L, Scott Short, 454, John Miller, and bike number 29, Ryan Music. And rounding out your field on row number 11, it's 202, Dalton Clark. That's your field here for race number 6. Battle of the Twins 2, presented by Moto Course Performance, Formula 500, and Sound of Thunder 4, presented by Wick Wilkerson Racing.
Wick Wilkerson. So Mark Morrow is not here.
Nope, he left.
I heard you say his name, but
Yeah.
he packed it in. He had a catastrophic bike failure yesterday.
Bummer.
Well, we were kind of spectating that when he was racing yesterday because his timing was real off, and he had like kind of a good looking lap and then not a good looking lap, and then he pulled off during one of the practice sessions or something happened. Well, indeed, yesterday during his first lap during his race, it felt okay, and then it suddenly felt very not okay, and his engine seized up. Luckily, he knew it was coming, so he had the clutch in, so he coasted to a stop. He did not have any sort of incident, but he said he pulled the spark plug when he got back to his pit area and saw some telltale signs of aluminum in there. So that was the end of his race weekend, so he went on ahead and packed up and headed home. But yeah, if you are following on along out on the live feed, thank you so much for tuning in. You can always go check all of the official results of all of the classes over on Race Monitor or Speed Hive. And you are now watching race number 6 of a 14 race day. And as they grid in, we'll get rocking and rolling here in just 1 second. All right, let's go to that trackside cam as we get started for the launch of race number 6.
I try not to spill my drink all
Battle
over.
of Twins 2, Sound of Thunder 4, and Formula 500.
As the green flag waves, 114 Trip Nobles and 15X Tony Proust both get a great start as they lead that first wave up over the crest of the hill down into turn number 1 over to turn number 2. Looking back here onto the front straightaway, waiting for the Sound of Thunder 4 bikes getting ready to go here in just a moment. Green flag waves, and looks like Corwin and I believe it's 87 Eric Watts getting the better of the jump on that field as the Sound of Thunder 4 lives up to their name as they thunder down that front straightaway. Meanwhile, Battle of the Twins 2 and Formula 500 field all the way over in the turns 4 and 5 area here. Waiting for him to come around. We'll get the running order for you in just a moment. That is spectacular about who won the Triple Crown. For race 6 in the Battle of the Twins 2, 0 to 904 cc's, this class is sponsored by Moto Course Performance and Chris Boy. South Florida's Moto Course Performance sponsors the Battle of the Twins 2 class. An experienced Ducati specialist, they can build, customize, and maintain customer street bikes at the highest level. With expertise in NCR Ducatis and AHRMA race bikes, you're invited to visit them online at www.motocourseperformance.com. For the class itself, the Battle of the Twins 0 to 904 cc's is open to all air-cooled twins up to 904 cc's. The air-cooled bikes have been obsoleted by newer technology, but they remain a favorite of builders, racers, and fans alike, and AHRMA has made a home for them here in this class. On track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buells. For the Formula 500 class, this is sponsored by Hagerty Insurance. Hagerty is the home for all bike lovers, helping you take your passion to the next level with Hagerty Drivers Club, motorsportsreg.com, vehicle values, world-class motorcycle insurance, and more. Get started today by visiting them online at Hagerty.com. The class itself is for 1972 and earlier 2- and 4-stroke machines up to 500 cc's based on an index of performance. It includes 2-, 3-, and 4-cylinder bikes, both purpose-built racers and converted street bikes. Machines must be representative of the era with fairings and lower clip-on style handlebars. Dual front disc brakes are allowed. For the Sound of Thunder field, this is sponsored by Wick Wilkerson Racing. The smallest bikes of the 4 Sound of Thunder classes are found out here. These are comprised of single and twin cylinder bikes. Examples you can see in this class are the KTM RC 390, 250 Ninjas, and 300 Ninjas. Yamaha's R3, the Honda CBR 250s, and the 300s. Singles under 400s and twins under 350 two-strokes are also allowed in this class, as it looks like bike number 15X Tony Proust leading 114 Trip Nobles for the Battle of the Twins 2 field, then either being chased down by 720 Clint Austin, rounding out your top 3. Going on back through the field, 4th place overall is bike number 19, Christopher Spargo. He's leading for the Formula 500. Then 198, Dylan Connor, rounding out your top 5 for the Battle of the Twins field. Then bike number 77Z, Dan Sokolich. He's in 2nd place for the Formula 500, 6th overall, with bike number 709, Joe Ackley, right behind him. Joe's holding on to that 3rd place in class, 7th overall. Bike number 7, David Roper in that 8th position, 4th overall in class. 26M, Alex McLean back there in 9th, rounding out your top 5 for the Formula 500. And then bike number 10P, Michael Platt, rounding out your top 10 as the field is running on their 2nd lap.
And thanks for tuning in to the live feed. We have got a couple of folks coming on back. Kathy, thank you for tuning back in. She's rooting for her son, Christopher Spargo.
There you go. Bike number 15X, Tony Proust, setting a blistering lap that time, as he's got about a half a front straightaway lead over 2nd place rider 720 Clint Austin. And then bike number 114, Trip Noble, slipping back, still holding on to that 3rd place step of the podium. Then bike number 19, Christopher Spargo there in 4th, leading for the Formula 500. 198, Dylan Connor right behind him, rounding out the top 10. 2nd place in class, 6th overall rider is 77Z, Dan Sokolich. And then bike number 709, Joe Ackley right behind him. That's 2nd and 3rd in class for the Formula 500. As halfway flags coming up here on the next lap. Well, I usually go through the 10. Do you want me to go past 10? Because if I do, I've got to.
All right, let's go see where everybody is at. Got somebody making their way down Front Straight right now.
I'm going to guess that is not Tony Preston.
No. No.
He's still moving pretty good, though.
Yeah, no, he's
That is
he's
269.
Yeah, he's doing a thing out there. But Tony was
that's Rodney Matson.
But Tony Prust is definitely doing a real thing out there. He is having a heck of a day. He had some really good battles yesterday, but he has decided Sunday is the day, and he has just screwed it all the way on because he has a really substantial lead going into this race so far.
He's all alone on the front straightaway.
This looks like Tony.
Yeah. Bike number 15X, Tony Prust, seeing the green and white flags, let him know he's got 3 done and 3 left to go. Then it's going to be 720 Clint Austin. Then it's going to be a battle between Trip Nobles and Christopher Spargo. Although they're duking it out on the racetrack, they are in different classes, as Nobles holding on to that 3rd place position for the Battle of the Twins 2, and Christopher Spargo leading for the Formula 500. And those two have a well over a full front straightaway lead over that 2nd place battle for the Formula 500 between 77D's and Sokolic. Looks like bike number 7, David Roper, moving his way up onto that 3rd step of the podium with 709. Joe Ackley right there behind him. So Roper now sets his sights on trying to reel in Dan Sokolic up there on that 2nd step of the podium, running 6th overall as the field starts the second half of the race with the bike slowing down on the front straightaway.
And he's looking behind him. Hand is up, so somebody's coming off pace.
26M, Alex. That was Alex McLean?
Oh, really?
I think it looked like 26. Maybe it could be Zach Thomas. Probably Zach Thomas. 26Y. Looked like a Y on that number plate on the side.
I was too concerned watching to make sure nothing happened than to actually look at the number. But that was absolutely how you got to do it. If something happens, these old bikes, you never know what you're going to get. So you have to kind of come off pace. Put your hand up, come off pace, and take a look around. I saw him immediately starting to turn his head all the way around. I knew something was going on.
That might have been McLean, because I'm looking here at 26Y. Zach Thomas, he doesn't have any laps, so he's not out there.
These old bikes.
Yeah.
Vintage racing is box of chocolates. Isn't that what we were saying yesterday?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
You never know what you're going to get.
Racing is like a box of chocolates.
Welcome back, Tony Prust. With a full length of distance between him and 2nd place.
Clint Austin, 720. Trip Nobles has really started to wicked up here a bit. Bike number 15X, Tony Prust, one more time across the start-finish line. Everybody's seeing halfway, so whatever would happen in this race, it would be considered complete. 720 Clint Austin still back there in 2nd. 114 Trip Nobles in 3rd, with bike number 19 Christopher Spargo still leading for the Formula 500 field. 2nd place for Formula 500 is still bike number 7Z Dan Sokolic, but bike number 7 David Roper and 709 Joe Ackley right there behind him. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when the next lap, when the white flag flies. Who's going to stand on that 2nd step of the podium, whether it's going to be Sokolic, Roper, or Ackley. I have a feeling when they all see the white flags, the gloves are going to come off, and it'll be interesting to see who's going to be in that position when the checkered flag comes out on lap number 6. Want to remind everybody, when you're done racing, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave. Again, when you're done racing for the day, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders for the day. Also, please make sure you check your finishing orders to make sure that you finished where you think you finished. Again, please check your finishing orders after the racing is done, and don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before the day is over with. Announce to control. Do we have a pickup after this one?
It's at the Alpha gate, so safety doesn't need to come on track.
Okay, copy that, but we do have a back-to-back in this one, so I still have to drag.
Copy that, I'll just have to safety.
White flag out for your race leader, bike number 15X, Tony Prost, as he starts his final lap. Then it's going to be 720 Clint Austin out there. Then bike number 19, Christopher Spargo. He's still mixing it up with Trip Nobles, even though they're in different classes. Spargo leading that time over Trip Nobles. That's their top four. Then looking back towards the turn number 14, waiting for the rest of the pack to come around, and here they come. It's going to be interesting to see. Looks like 198 Dylan Connor out front on his Battle of the Twins 2 bike. Here's the battle for second as Sokolich just nips David Roper at the line with 709 Joe Ackley as they see the white flag. It's really going to be on now as they dive over the crest of the hill down into turn number 1, over into turn number 2.
Man, I don't want to race that close to Dave Roper.
I wonder what Roper's got up his sleeve for Dan. And Ackley's, I'm sure, just back there just salivating, hoping those two race each other clean and he can come in and snipe them for second himself.
Yeah, we're going to all be watching this last turn as they all make their way on back through here.
Yeah.
As we've got a couple more bikes heading on across.
Teddy Honan just came across.
Timing to announce.
Go for announce.
Checks out. Tony
Copy
Prost.
that, thank you. Checkered flag waves for the unofficial race winner, bike number 15X, Tony Prost, as he takes the unofficial win out there in the Battle of the Twins 2. And it's going to be bike number 720, Clint Austin, back there in second. Bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, third overall, first in class unofficially for 500 sportsmen, or Formula 500 rather. And Trip Nobles rounding out your top three for the Battle of the Twins 1. Attention to the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 7, the sidecar race. You folks are up here in just a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 7, the sidecars. You'll be up here in just a moment. First call for race number 7, the sidecars. First call.
All right, here they come.
Here comes your battle for second for the 500 class. It looks like Roper's out front, but Sokolich pulls a draft pass. Put bike number 77, see Dan Sokolich, up on the second step of the podium as he managed to snooker Dave Roper for that second place step on the podium, pulling a perfect draft pass with bike number 709, Joe Ackley, about 2 bike lengths adrift of those two as they all three came across the line darn near at the same time. What a battle for second in Formula 500. Looks like bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt, back there leading for the Sound of Thunder 4 over Bob Robbins on 46, and then in 87, Eric Watts, I believe, round out your top 3 in that class as the rest of the field thunder on by.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell, but there is a huge headwind down this front straight, by the way. The trees are like bent over. It is very, very windy out. So I would definitely hide behind whoever's in front of you for as long as possible, and
Use the draft.
and then use that draft literally here. Use the draft literally.
You guys are doing an awesome job. That's all I'm gonna
You
say.
too, friend.
all
You
right,
too.
Thank you.
How you doing, man?
I don't know. Did I meet you?
Race 5 have been posted. Again, results through race 5 have been posted.
All right, that was race number 6. So now we're heading into race number 7, sidecars. And somebody already peeked in on the live stream and gave me the big, let's go sidecars. Who was out here? Who yelled that? Jeff Dixon. Thanks for tuning in, Jeff Dixon. You are right on the money. Sidecars is next.
Okay, and my back-to-back should be pre-teching or post-teching right there. Not pre-teching, post-teching right there.
Let's get this guy down, and then let's go ahead and
Okay.
get those graphics going for race number 7. Just some very exciting racing going on today, Jay, huh?
It is. That was a good battle out there for second between Sokolich, Roper, and
That was
Ackley.
a great battle. And for those of you who are watching at home, like I said, for the official results more officially, official I don't know. That was like the most tongue-twisted thing I've ever
It's
done.
okay.
Anyway,
It's
for
okay.
results that are a little further down pack, I apologize. Race Monitor only shows me the first 10. I can't scroll through because it messes with my computer system. Anyway, to go see the rest of the results down pack in these bigger grids, go to Race Monitor or Speed Hive.
Let's go race 7, or second call for race 7. Again, second call. Second call for race 7, the sidecar race. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 7, the sidecars. You guys are up here in just a moment. Second call for race number 7, the sidecars. Announced to start. I've got a back-to-back in this one. I just gave second. I'm going to give him about 60 seconds, then I'll go third.
Well, I just want to take a second then, while we have a hot second, while we're letting this back-to-back situation, we're letting somebody climb off of a bike, maybe have a quick sip of water, and then jump onto a sidecar rig before this race. I did shoot a really quick video just showing you some of the awesome machines that were out last night at our flat track event. That's right, we even had flat track here this weekend. A little super mini short track out on this asphalt. It was a hoot. It was real pro level flat track racers that were here, and then some of the folks just grabbed their pit bikes and threw some gear on and came out and banged bars. It was really cool, and I just made a quick little video just to show you, just to give you a little bit of the flavor of what was going on last night.
A little teaser.
A little teaser, a little appetizer, a little snack.
The sidecars, bring them on up. We'll send you out for your hot lap. Third call for race number 7. Sorry about that.
No worries, no. I was just coming out of that video. Your timing was impeccable. So we are just going to our big overhead flagger cam. I've got a camera, a GoPro set up right behind our excellent flag man. Ed Bargy is up there flagging away, and having to hold on to these flags with 2 hands. I know I keep mentioning it, but the wind here is absolutely crazy. A flag flew out of his flag stand yesterday and made it not onto the track, but onto the narrow walkway between the tracks.
Yeah.
I mean, just how fortuitous is that?
Yeah.
But they went and snatched it up and brought it back to him in one piece. So now he's 2-fisting these flags out there today.
Well, have you put the word out for your drone camera that's 3 counties over now?
Yeah.
I guarantee if you're flying a
Yeah.
drone today, you're not flying it here. It's 3 counties over.
Yeah, no. There's no drone footage. No drones happening today. And regardless, I don't have drones anyway. That's way above my skill set. But
Here they come.
here they come.
As the sidecars take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. For the modern sidecar TT2, sponsored by Jessup Enterprises, row number 1, it's 803, Tina Greenfield Hewitt and W. Kaiser as the passenger. For modern sidecar USF2, presented by Pink Power, back on row number 3, it's the rig of 285, Brett Levecki and Brian Dobrowski. For the modern sidecar USF1, presented by Barnett Clutch Cables, it's the rig of 21SC, Bernard Euclid, and Kevin Kotsky on row number 5. Formula Classic, sponsored by Ton Up North Carolina. It's the rig of 049. David Cashel and Jay Vaden as the passenger, back on row number 7. For the Super Vintage field, presented by Classic Motorcycle Foundation, back on row number 9, it's the rig of 46X, Brian Rammer and T. Rammer, and bike number 40S, Silky Crombie and W. Stefaniak on row number 9. Then row number 10, it's the rig of 71R, Ben Sloter, plus Jay Pluta as the passenger, and then bike number 93, Daniel Maid with C. Chihuahua as the passenger on row number 10. Then for the vintage sidecar, presented by SVR and Dutch Stuyvesant and Bob Rebecco on row number 12, it's the rig of 10P, Michael Platt and Abe Berkeley as the passenger. And for the classic big wheel field, presented by Mad Rats Fubar, back on row number 14, it's the rig of 737, Alexander Nicole and S. Curtis as the passenger. That's your sidecar field. Waiting for him to come around to grid up here in just a moment.
Yeah, some of the folks that are racing out here, I love the sidecar class. Everybody loves the sidecar class. It is always exciting to see. There's a little bit of everything. There's incredibly modern spaceship looking, very, very fast sidecars out here. And then there's the very classic old school, again, that lost era, just super, super cool rigs of all different types out here. But it's also the people. Like, I've never seen so many characters in my life as the folks that are in the sidecar classes.
Yeah,
Every
absolutely.
single one of them has this insane story. They're always a hoot. They're just really, really fun. One of the rigs I want to give a little bit of a shout out to is a team from Chicago, which is Daniel May and Craig Chawla. Craig and Daniel, again, racing out of Chicago. But Craig, I just want to also point out, does provide some of the beautiful photography that we have on the AHRMA social media, and I think possibly on the website, but definitely on social. Craig takes some of those awesome images and beautiful photos. Daniel May races several different classes out here and is just a really all-around excellent human being.
Yep.
So I just want to give them a little bit of love. But there's all sorts of very fun characters out there in this sidecar class. This is always very good racing.
Attention out there in the paddock, looking for 454. John Miller, would you please report to the second floor of the scoring building, please? Again, 454. John Miller to the second floor of the scoring building, please. Again, looking for 454. John Miller to the second floor of the scoring building, please. Also want to remind everybody, we have event t-shirts still for sale. $20 each. You can pick them up over in Tech. It's not too late to pick yourself up an event t-shirt. They're $20 a piece. Really nice shirts too. They're for sale over in Tech. And while you're over in Tech, if you're done racing, you can turn in your rental transponder, because that's where you take them when you're done racing. So please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing. We still have event t-shirts available over in Tech for $20 a piece. And I'm looking for racer number 454, John Miller, to the second floor of the timing and scoring tower, please.
All right.
Radio didn't like me saying that.
Let's go ahead and switch to the trackside camera.
Boy, they lined up right against that wall, didn't they?
I know you can barely see them tucked in there. I've got an overhead cam up here, but the wind is really bouncing it around. So let's go ahead and just switch down here to this trackside camera.
Yeah. I don't know what antenna that is there on the catwalk, but it's still blowing pretty good too.
Oh, I know, right? That's how you know it's really windy, when that huge pole is wiggling around.
And there's not much of a flag or anything on it to get
Nope,
blown in the wind.
nope. It's just doing its thing.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, there it is.
One more coming down. Is that 21 SC? If it is, they're starting in the back. Green flag waves, and some of the faster rigs get a great start and working their way down the front straightaway. One of the riders looks like he might have been having a little bit of an issue there, as looking at the bike, and the passenger was also looking at the bike, but we'll get the full running order here for you in just a moment when they come around to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, it looks like almost some passing happening right out of the jump, right into that very first turn. So I think somebody might have had a little hiccup.
Might have missed a gear or something, because yeah, it looks like everybody cleanly away up through the crest of the hill.
Yeah.
For the sidecar field out here for race number 7, AHRMA is the premier sidecar organization in North America, hosting more sidecar races and racers than any other North American organization. Over 50 sidecar teams have raced with AHRMA in 2021 across 22 races from coast to coast. There are both vintage and modern classes, each having their own unique characteristics. In the vintage class, you'll see both left and right side chairs, which is also a euphemism for the sidecar itself. Right side chairs favor left-hand turns, counterclockwise tracks, and the opposite is said for the left side chairs. With mixed chair outfits on the track, you'll see a lot of passing as speed changes dramatically between left and right-hand corners. Skinny tires on the vintage rigs equate to drifting and sliding, where a modern rig will perform more like a Formula One car because of the wider tires. The modern classes run sleek, spaceship-like outfits with modern 600 and 1000cc four-stroke engines. The outfits are purpose-built and resemble a modern race car more than a motorcycle. Teamwork is vital, and the rider and passengers must work together, and particularly for the passenger, it's very physical work. A strong body core is essential for the passenger. Low center of gravity is also essential for cornering, along with the passenger transferring weight to the proper position. The vintage classes include SC1 Vintage Sidecar. The vintage front exit outfits are built prior to 1968. Engines are air-cooled, 2 strokes up to 350 cc's and 4 strokes up to 650 cc's. Wheels must be spoked and at least 15 inches in diameter, and tires can be no wider than 4.5 inches. For the SC2 Super Vintage Sidecar, by far the most popular sidecar class, these are vintage front exit outfits built up to 1972. Engines are air-cooled 2 strokes up to 500 cc's and 4-stroke up to 750 cc's. Popular examples include the BMW R75 750, Yamaha XS 650s, and Moto Guzzi 750 powered rigs. Like the SC1, these rigs run these skinny type tires. SC3 is the Lost Era sidecars. These are front or rear exit outfits built up to 1977. 2-stroke engines up to 500 cc's are allowed, and 4 strokes up to 847 cc's. The SC4, which is the Formula Classic sidecars, these are front or rear exit outfits built up to 1981. A variety of power plants up to 1300 cc's can be used in these rigs. And then, of course, the Bears class. This is the big-wheeled sidecars. There are a minimum of 17-inch wheel requirements. The rigs are based on the Bears British, European, and American Racing Series class motorcycles with relatively stock components and no streamlining. Modern classes include, for the US F1 and F2, these are long and short wheelbase machines respectively, powered by 1000cc power plants. For the TT1 and the TT2 field, these are long and short wheelbase machines, respectively, powered by 600cc power plants and built to the FIM rules. For the classic big wheel, this is sponsored by Mad Rats and Fubar. Mad Rats Racing is a family-based team out of Katanning, Pennsylvania, committed to the excitement of entry-level sidecar racing. Fubar Garage is a family-oriented garage owned by Jim Venzel, located in Apollo, Pennsylvania, and is dedicated to providing quality mechanical services at an affordable cost. For the Formula Classic SC4, this is sponsored by Ton Up, North Carolina. They're a nonprofit organization promoting the riding, racing, and restoration of vintage motorcycles through education and outreach. The Lost Era sidecar SC3 is sponsored by Brave Bull Racing. The modern sidecar TT2 is sponsored by Jessup Enterprises. Jim Esseff of Jessup Enterprises shared, as he got older, the aches and pains grew, so a couple years ago he started using CBD products. CTFO has many CBD and non-CBD related products available and performs third-party testing, so you know what is on the label is also what's in the product. Law enforcement tested, no THC. Racing and CBD are perfect fit. You can relieve the pain without affecting the brain. Become a preferred customer at www.jess-cbd.com or see them at the track. For the modern sidecar USF1, this class is sponsored by Barnett Clutches and Cable, and for the modern sidecar USF2, this is sponsored by Pink Power. For the Super Vintage class, SC2 is sponsored by Classic Motorcycle Racing Foundation. The Classic Motorcycle Racing Foundation promotes the exhibition and preservation of vintage motorcycles and vintage motorcycle racing. The foundation supports education related to activities that emphasize the mechanical history and evolution of motorcycling and its impact on society. Vintage Sidecar 1 SC1 is sponsored by SVR and Dutch Stuyvesant and Bob Berbecco. That's how the field is sponsored out there. Here's how they're stacking up on the racetrack. After 2 laps, 285, Brett Levicki and Dobrowski leading out there for the sidecar modern field. Then bike number 21, SC, Ushli and Kozowski back there in that second place position. And the team of Rammer on, or the Rig 46X, round out your top 3. 93, May and Chihuahua for the SC2 field is in that 4th place position. They're leading in that class over 71R. Sloter and Pluta in 2nd place, rounding out your top 5. Then Silky Crombie and Stefaniak, they're in that 6th place position. Looks like they're 2nd overall for the Super Vintage. Then Platt and Berkeley on rig number 10P is in that 7th place position. 737, Nicole and Curtis is in 8th. Looks like Hewitt and Kasner on rig number 803 in 9th. And 043, Cashel and Vaden round out your top 10 as Levecki and Dobrowski once again across the start-finish line. Seeing the halfway flags, letting them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go. It is always so much fun to read for the sidecars.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think it's 7 or 8 different classes all in the sidecars. It's a lot.
at
It's a lot
least.
going on for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that's what keeps it interesting. There's really old stuff. There's super, very, very modern new stuff. There's all sorts of different levels, all sorts of different power plants.
Where to get the
Marty Kitzman, thanks for tuning in. Damon Doherty, thank you for watching. Jeff Dixon, thanks again for jumping in. Kathy Spargo, thank you for watching. I know you're cheering on your son, Christopher. We appreciate you peeking in and saying hey. Daniel May, Craig Challa, cross and start finish along with Brian Rammer and Rammer Racing. Now, earlier in the program, we had Mr. Larry Coleman watching, Hall of Fame member, motorcycling legend, icon, friend of AHRMA, and sidecar racer extraordinaire. So if Larry still is watching, thanks for tuning in. And we hope to see you at Laguna Seca. Brett Levicki and Dabrowski just crossing start finish in that modern sidecar class. See if we can see what's in this corner. I apologize, I know that camera is very wiggly. The wind has really taken a beating on it. These are going to be some of our Lost Era sidecar folks. And classic big wheel. And the very quick rig of Bernard Euclid. And Kevin Kautsky. If you're just now tuning in, we are on race 7 of a 14 race day events. We were halfway done with our program, but 7 races is plenty more racing to go. And we are in the tail end of our all sidecars mixed bag class going on right now. A little bit of everything.
A little bit old, a little bit of new.
Exactly. Daniel May and Craig Challa just crossing start finish right now, followed by Rammer.
Brian and Tina, isn't it? Don't know what the.
Oh, I don't know who his passenger is. I apologize. We don't have those in our notes, by the way.
I'm gonna talk to those
so
guys
don't
about
don't eat us alive. I
Yeah.
wish more than anything that we had the first names of passenger, because I think it's very unfair. They should
It
get their
is.
recognition too.
Yeah.
And somebody in Sidecars very nicely texted me all that information, but I don't have it right now. I think it was
Okay.
Andrea,
Okay.
one of my buddies. They're not here this weekend, actually. Andrea and Paul.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 8. Vintage Superbike Middleweight Thruxton Cup Challenge 250 Grand Prix 2-Stroke Classic 350 2-Stroke Classic 250. The Bearsfield and the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. You folks are up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 8. Vintage Superbike Middleweight Thruxton Cup Challenge 250 GP 2-Stroke Classic 350 and 250 Phillips Island Challenge Bears and Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. First call for race number 8. First call.
Proddy heavy.
Yeah, it is.
Just say Friday heavy.
White flag out for your race leader, bike number 286, Levecki and Dobrolowski, and then it's Ushili and Kotsky back there in that second place overall, seeing the white flag, letting them know they're starting their final lap. Then it's going to be the rig of 93 of May and Chihuahua up next as they begin their final lap here in the sidecar race, race number 7.
This looks like that Nickel and Curtis rig and Platt and Berkeley. Yep. Some great sounding, again, classic big wheel and a little bit older style rigs. I love the sound of those machines.
Go for announce.
Hey Jay, can you make an announcement that for those road racers who have final results that are final, that they can pick up their awards with Ralph Wessel down in the lower race paddock? He is in the white school bus with the Indian on the side.
All right.
Copy that. Yeah, Adrian Jasso just came in here, and I didn't remember where. I said you can check in tech, but I tried to get him to go next door and check with the timing and score, but he run off. So Ralph Wessel, lower paddock, white school bus. Got it.
Brett Levicki and Rammer crossing start finish.
Copy that.
Those of you watching at home, if you hear the radio chatter, this is your behind the scenes view of what happens during racing. Alrighty, and checkers are out.
Checkered flag waves for the unofficial winner out there. Bike number 285, Levecki and Dobrolowski, making it look easy. They led from the very beginning, put their head down, and checked out on the rest of the field. Attention to the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 8. Vintage Superbike Middleweight Thruxton Cup Challenge 250 GP, 2-stroke Classic 350 Phillips Island Challenge, 2-stroke Classic 250 Bears, and Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 8.
Sloter and Pluta just now crossing start finish, taking their checkers. And Bernard Euclid. And Kautsky.
Attention out there in the paddock. Want to let everybody know we've still got some race event t-shirts available over in Tech for $20. If you want to stop in, pick yourself up a race event t-shirt, it's not too late to do that. They're over in Tech for $20. Tech is also where you want to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing for the day. So please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the day. And for those of you that want to pick up your trophies, once the results are finalized and we pass the protest period, you can pick them up with Ralph Wessel. He's down here in the lower paddock with the white school bus with the Indian painted on the side of it. So again, look for the white school bus with the Indian on the side of it. Ralph Wessel is there, has the trophies available for pickup once we've passed the protest period for today.
Now, I ran into Daniel May at the award ceremony last night, and he gave me a stern talking to because I turned the main straight camera off before he crossed start finish. So now I'm gonna wait. So I'm gonna wait so that he can see himself on camera when he goes back and watches this. IT's he's actually like my tech guru here for this. Whenever I've got little weird snags and things with software, he's my go-to guy. So I can definitely, I'm more than happy to keep him on camera for his sidecar race. All right. But that being said, we're heading into our next race of the day, which is race number 8. Where are you? Race 8, there we go. Which is going to be Vintage Superbike Middleweight. Thruxton Cup is coming up. That's a great one. I really enjoyed that race.
Where's my last bikes?
And and I'll start pulling those graphics up.
Is green ready?
Vintage Super Bike Moto. Okay, looks like everybody's coming in.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 8. Vintage Superbike Middleweight Thruxton Cup Challenge 250 GP. Two-stroke classic 250 and 350. Phillips Island Challenge Bears and the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. You folks are up right now if you want to bring them on up. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 8. Vintage Superbike Middleweight Thruxton Cup Challenge 250 GP. Two-stroke classic 250 and 350. Phillips Island Challenge Bears and Novice Historic Production Heavyweight. Bring them on up for race number 8. It's third call for race number 8.
Woo, this one is clearing the paddock. This is everything else. This is the kitchen sink race of the day. Holy smokes, 8 different classes out here. Is that right?
Yep.
8 different classes all going out at once.
Announced to start. Third's gone out.
A little bit of everything. Let's go see what the overview camera looks like. Still a little wiggly.
It's going to be that way until you take it down.
I know. I just was really hoping that the weather was going to kind of calm down later in the day, but
It will about 7 o'clock tonight.
oh yeah, no. Once I'm wrapping up, I'm sure it'll be all done.
When we're done, it'll finally ease up.
Yeah. We had somebody peek in, John Evers, nice live stream. Thank you, John. I super appreciate the positive vibes. I am a one-woman army up here holding this whole thing down, so I do appreciate the thumbs up. Barbara Snow, thank you for watching. Marty Kitzman, thank you for tuning in. Michael Enns, thank you for watching. Colvin Denholm, thank you for tuning in. Tom Hillard, thanks for watching. Jean-Marc David, thank you for watching. All right, we have our first couple little bikes heading on out here for their warm-up lap.
As the riders take to the racetrack for their sighting lap, here's how they're going to grid out. For the Vintage Superbike Middleweight, sponsored by R3 Racing and Rick Richter, row number 1, bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. Bike number 427, Kyle Boisclair. Bike number 71, Arch York. And bike number 846, Andre Hauer. Row number 2 at 61, Paul Germain and R3 Richard Richter. For the Thruxton Cup Challenge presented by NOLA Riding Academy, back on row number 4, it's bike number 1A, Clint Austin, 553, Paul Canale, 76X, Patrick McGraw, and 33T, Saroj Terrian. Then on row number 5, it's bike number 099, Dale Dutch Vandenberg Jr., and 81X, Wick Wilkerson. For the 250 Grand Prix fields, presented by N-Cubed Racing on row number 7, 294, John Scales, 215, Stuart Sanders, 533, Hiroshi Murata, and 787, James Pooler. For the two-stroke classic 350 GP field, row number 9, it's bike number M49, Thomas Hillard. For the two-stroke classic 250 GP field, it's bike number 516, Sakis Vasilopoulos on row number 11, along with 820, Mitchell Barnes. For the Bears field, presented by N-Cubed Racing on row number 13, it's bike number 75H, Herb High. And for the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight, sponsored by XL Storage and Herb High, back on row number 15, it's bike number 7S, Mitch Skaggs, 15G, Sean Gilmore, 777, Bill Dokianos, and bike number 268, Tom Johnson. And the rounding out your field on row number 16, it's G3, Corey Galla, and bike number 000, Wes Burden. That is your field here for race number 8.
I also just wanted to give you guys a quick shot of the booth up here. Like I said, I'm the one-woman army with all the computers and stuff, but it is Mr. Jay McMacken over here holding down the announcing, doing a heck of a job up here, doing all the heavy lifting. I just am playing with computers.
I'm just playing with radios.
But we always have a blast up here. We always have a great time. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in. It makes our job a lot more fun when you play back with us and give us some comments and talk back at us. So
Did somebody bust you for that one woman comment or not?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Do I not get busted for it?
I don't know. You said it and I looked at you and I'm like, really? What am I? Top
No, I meant with the computers and stuff, Jay.
I know.
No. This is a team effort here. This is the both of us. Jay makes the whole thing sound incredible. I just attempt to make the computers work. That's what we get up to. Anyway.
And try and keep the camera steady, right?
Long story longer. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you guys. We have got a couple more great races coming up this afternoon. We are just heading into race number 8, I believe,
Yep.
of a 14 race day. So we've got a couple more races coming up, and they're starting to head over to the grid. So let's go trackside.
We're past halfway. Yay!
We are.
7 done and 7 left to go.
There we go.
I just did the math too. If everybody behaves themselves, I don't want to say this because I
No,
want to
don't
jinx
even
this.
do it. Don't
okay,
even do it.
then I won't say it then.
Just stop it right now. Just quit talking, Jay. Just quit talking.
Yeah, because we still got race number 12 to get through. This ought to be a pretty good race. The vintage superbike middleweight. These guys get out there and fly for, pre-1982 motorcycles or
Yeah.
82 and older bikes. These things can still boogie right along. And the Thruxton Cups, those aren't exactly slow either.
I like that Thruxton Cup class.
Yep.
That was one of the first races I noticed from AHRMA when I started following it a million years ago. That they clearly allow modern machines, because I
Yeah.
kind of was under the impression that it's only old stuff here,
Yeah.
which it obviously is not. By the
No,
way,
no, it's
we
not.
do have more modern classes. Thruxton Cup is absolutely one of them.
Yep.
Thruxton modern bike from Triumph, if you're not super familiar, but very retro styled, so it definitely fits kind of our vibe and what we're into also. And I thought that was just really neat.
Yep.
And it brought a lot of younger folks
Yes, it does.
out to race.
Plus, let's face it, while it's cool to see the bikes like the vintage superbike middleweights on the front row,
Heck yeah.
they're harder and harder to get parts for them. Those are 40-year-old bikes, and
Yeah.
trying to find parts for
But
them.
they look amazing.
They're definitely very fast still. Green flag waves, and no doubt that bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, gets the drop on the field as a vintage superbike middleweight. And the Thruxton Cup Challenge bikes rocket up over the crest of the hill, down into turn number 1, over into turn number 2. Looking back up the field here, waiting for the 250 Grand Prix, 2-stroke classic, 250, 350 Bears, and novice historic production heavyweight machines. They're getting ready to roll here in just a moment.
And Kevin Rammer just climbing off a sidecar and jumping right into this next race.
Oh, what was he doing?
Somebody on the struggle bus getting off that line.
Somebody was moving even before he threw the flag.
Have to wait and see what happens for this.
Looks like second way, but cleanly away, as we'll get the full running order when they complete lap number 1 here. For the class itself, vintage superbike middleweight, sponsored by R3 Racing and Rick Richter. R3 Racing of Hayward, Wisconsin has made it a mission to promote and support motorcycle racing in all forms. From national road racing events with AHRMA, regional ice racing events with Mira, to county fairs in northern Wisconsin, you'll find R3 Racing involved. Whether it's building a race bike or building an enduro cross track, if it's good for the sport and its competitors, they're there to help. They've made it a mission to recruit and support new racers every season. They encourage everyone to bring a friend to the track and introduce them to this incredible sport. For the class itself, this is a variety of machinery up through the 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Unlimited displacement single-cylinder bikes are allowed out there. Pushrod twins such as BSA, Triumph, Moto Guzzi, and B&W 800 up to 890 cc's are allowed. Overhead cam twins like the Yamaha XS models up to 790 cc's are legal. Pushrod triples such as the Triumph Trident and BSA Rocket 3s up to 790 cc's are allowed. Overhead cam 4-cylinder bikes, typically Japanese, are limited to 685 cc's, and the model year cutoff for the Kawasaki GPZ 550 is 1981. For the Thruxton Cup Challenge, this is sponsored by NOLA Racing Academy in Clint, Austin. Clint, the owner of NOLA Riding Academy, won the Thruxton Cup Challenge in 2019 and 2020. His other accomplishments in 2020 also include winning the Sound of Thunder 1, Sound of Thunder 2, and Battle of Twins 2 national championships. When not racing, Clint can be found teaching new riders to ride on both 2 and 3 wheels in New Orleans, Louisiana, and Gulfport, Mississippi. You may also find him wrenching or selling used motorcycles. Additionally, they are an authorized AHRMA helmet dealer, so if you're in the need of a new AHRMA helmet, tell Clint you're an AHRMA member to get a racer's discount. For the Thruxton Cup Challenge itself, this is open to lightly modified Triumph Thruxtons and Harley-Davidson Sportsters. Thruxtons are limited to air-cooled 865cc twins produced up through 2015. For the 250 Grand Prix class, sponsored by N-Cubed Racing, this class is for 68 and earlier machines, including 254 strokes and air-cooled 2-stroke singles. and 175cc liquid-cooled two-stroke singles or air-cooled two-stroke twins. This includes purpose-built race bikes and converted production road and off-road bikes. For the two-stroke classic 250 and 350 GP, the 350 GP is sponsored by Street and Competition. The 350 class, this is a showroom. This class showcases a 74 to 84 era purpose-built 350cc liquid-cooled Grand Prix bikes. For the Phillips Island Challenge, this is sponsored by Wilson 13 Race Support. Wilson 13 Race Support has suspension services, sales, and custom builds for Olin, Penske, and Racetech dampers, plus DynoJet dyno tuning in Indianapolis. You can find them on the web at www.wilson.13.com. This class is designed to allow entrants of Team USA to have a place to race and exhibit the machinery in preparation for the International Challenge held annually at the Phillips Island Classic in Phillips Island, Australia. For the two-stroke classic 250 GP, this is sponsored by Bill Gillis. This class showcases 74 to 84 purpose-built 250cc liquid-cooled Grand Prix bikes. The Bears class, which stands for British European American Racing Series, is sponsored by N-Cubed Racing. The field itself are two-cylinder pushrod machines built up to 1968, competing under Formula 750 specifications. The bikes must be representative of race bikes of the era with fairings and lower clip-on style handlebars. Brands typically represented include BMS, BMW, BSA, Harley-Davidson, Moto Guzzi, and Triumph. Ooh.
That was a lot.
For the Novice Historic Production Heavyweight field, this is sponsored by XL Storage and Herb High. XL Storage in St. Petersburg, Florida is not only an extra home for your 2- or 4-wheeled toys, but a great community to hang out in. Ride on down and say hi to Herb, bike number 75H, Pam, and Miss Gracie. The class itself, this class is open to production street machines built up to 1978 model year as determined by frame and major component parts and like designs. Machines must use original, unmodified OEM frame, swing-on fork, and handlebar mounts. 78 and earlier street machines and very close to standard production trim are out there. Minimal modifications make this an inexpensive entry-level class, which is why it is intended for novice-level riders only. The heavyweight class is for 4 strokes up to 750 cc's and 350 to 500 cc 2 strokes. That's your field here out on the track. We're completing lap number 2 up front. It's 33T Saroj Terrian leading for the Thruxton Cup. Then it's going to be bike number 1A, Clint Austin, second overall, second in class for the Thruxton Cup. Then bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer in that third place position. He's leading for the Vintage Superbike Middleweight. With 61, Paul Germain right behind him, second in class for the Superbike Middleweight. Then 099, Dale Dutch Vandenberg rounding out your top 5. Looks like 76X Patrick McGraw back there in 6th. R3, Richard Richter in 7th. 846, Andre Hauer in 8th. 427, Kyle Beauclair back there in 9th, and 71Y, Arch York round out your top 10 as halfway flags are out, and letting Saroj Terrian know he's done 3 laps and he's got 3 left to go, and I gotta quit talking. Boom. Good grief.
That was a mouthful. 8 different classes. Woo!
Almost like the sidecars.
Actually, pretty much like the sidecar classes.
Yeah.
And for those of you who are watching out on the live feed, I know I have the top 10 finishers, not in any particular class, but in all of the classes. If you want to see the more detailed breakdown of the classes, please do head over to either Speed Hive or Race Monitor and go check out those results for yourself. The way I have this system set up, I can only look at the first 10.
Announced to start. I've got 2 back-to-backs in this one, so I'm going to be dragging a bit.
Another great sounding Thruxton, it looked like.
Lost my race leader. Where is he? That's 7S. That was Mitch Skaggs.
And Mitch Skaggs had a great day yesterday. I went to the awards ceremony last night, and they said his name a half a dozen times. He was all over the place.
Race
leader?
No. actually, that was the race leader. You're right. Net was race leader. Whoops. Sorry about that,
There he
Mr.
is.
Terrian.
Clint Austin in 2 for Thruxton Cup.
Bike number 33T, Saros Terrian, still leading for the Thruxton Cup in the race out there as he's completed lap number 4 rather. White flag should be coming out next time by. 1A Clint Austin still back there in second. 61 Paul Germain round out your top 3 with bike number 1V Kevin Rammer back there in 4th. So it looks like Paul Germain standing on the top step of the podium for that vintage superbike middleweight. 1V Kevin Rammer slipping back, still holding on to that second step of the podium. And 099 Dale Dutch Vandenberg Jr. rounding out your top 5. 76X Patrick McGraw across the line back there in that 6th place position. Then in that 7th place, it's going to be R3 Rich Richter with bike number 846 Andre Hauer back there in that 8th place position. And there he goes.
Arch York just crossing start finish.
Yep.
Arch York from the underground, what is it, underground race team?
Underground Team Racing, UTR.
Underground Team Racing, that's what it is. One of our partners, one of our safety partners out here.
UTR811.com.
Look at you go. Nailed it.
I've read it enough. Which reminds me, I need to read it again. Yeah.
All right. Another big group of riders coming on through this last turn.
Race leader's in the middle of them. Right there's race leader. White flag out for bike number 33T, Saros Terrian, as he's working his way through some of the lap traffic on that lap. Seeing the white flag, letting him know he's just got one more lap to go as he continues to pick his way through traffic. Then it's going to be bike number 1A, Clint Austin, out there in that 2nd place overall. Then it's going to be bike number 61, Paul Germain, rounding out your top 3. He's leading bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. So Germain on the top step for the vintage superbike middleweight, with bike number 1B Kevin Rammer right there behind him. Then 099 Dutch Vandenberg rounding out your top 5 as they all see the white flag starting their final lap here. Want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder before you leave. Also, please make sure you check your finishing positions out there and let us know if you run into any issues, and if you're past the protest period and you'd like to pick up your trophy before you leave. If you want to head over to the white school bus down here on the second for the primary area of the paddock here, look for the white school bus with the crazy Indian on the side of it. Go down over there. You can pick up your trophies at the white school bus.
All right, white flag is out for this lap. We're heading into the last lap of this race. Checkers is in our flagman's hand, however, so race leader must be on the way.
Nope.
Not yet.
I
sound like a little two-stroke.
I think this is him.
Let's go see.
Checkered flag out for the unofficial race winner, bike number 33T, Saros Terrian, taking the unofficial win out there overall and the Thruxton Cup Challenge. Almost a full front straightaway lead over 2nd place rider, bike number 1A, Clint Austin, coming home a 2nd out there in class, 2nd overall. Then it looks like it's going to be bike number... Got a lap rider there next across the line. Should be bike number 61. Here he comes. Bike number 61, Paul Germain, taking the unofficial win out there for the vintage superbike middleweight. And then bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, taking the 4th overall, 2nd unofficially in class for vintage superbike middleweight.
Dutch Vandenberg coming on across.
Just looking at the people down there with their hats on them. paddock area.
Oh yeah.
Lucky they don't have. I don't know how that guy's got
It's
that hat on
really-
their head, but he must
I
have
know,
it Velcroed on.
it's really bananas. I hate to even turn this camera on. It's just so crazy out there, but we're gonna hope for the best. Patrick McGraw from Ton Up, North Carolina, one of our sponsors for one of our classes. I know those guys are pals of mine.
Sidecar.
For one of the sidecar classes,
Yep.
you're correct. Coming on across.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 9. Formula 750 presented by NYC Norton. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight presented by Tim CBX and the ICOA. And then the Sound of Singles presented by Frick Starpoli of Moto Caddy. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 7. Formula 750 Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup and Sound of Singles 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 9. Formula 750 Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup. Sound of Singles 2. And that's it. Again, first call for race number 9.
And Patrick McGraw also competing in that Triple Crown, like our buddy GT was mentioning earlier. Competing in several different disciplines over the course of this weekend. Kind of a new special thing that they're putting together with AHRMA to celebrate folks that race all these different disciplines and making them their own special award.
While we've got a free moment, I want to say thank you to Haggerty Insurance for their sponsorship. Haggerty's off-track insurance guarantees your race bike is properly protected. And don't forget the coverage for spare parts, tools, and your trailer, plus a membership at Haggerty Drivers Club. Get started today. Check them out on the web at haggerty.com. Also want to say thank you to Bridgestone Tires. Bridgestone is proud to be the official tire for AHRMA. From road racing to motocross, Bridgestone has a wide range of tires to fit your vintage race needs. Go see their full lineup at BridgestoneMotorcycleTires.com, or better yet, stop in and see Stick Boy and the red trailer up there on the second tier of the paddock and see what kind of Bridgestone tires he has available for your racing program. Also want to say thank you to UTR Kansas 811 for their sponsorship. Kansas 811 and Underground Team Racing are proud to be AHRMA's national safety sponsor. They thank you for the great opportunity to deliver the 811 and safety message across the country. Visit Kansas811.com and UTR811.com. Remember, stay tuned, stay safe, and always call before you dig. Okay, I got a back-to-back in this one. Where is he?
Is it Rammer again? That would
Well, Rammer's one of them. He took
Oh,
second.
3 in a row.
Yeah,
Wow.
but there was the green Kawasaki of Andrew Hauer, and he was way back. In fact, he was almost about to get lapped.
And race 9 is next. This is Formula 750.
Attention in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 9. Formula 750 Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup and Sound of Singles 2. Second call. Second call for race number 9. Second call. Announced to start. Just an FYI, we've got a back-to-back on this one. That's why I'm dragging.
Alright, so as you can hear, we've got a couple of racers who are just finishing this race right now that are
Once
competing
again,
in
it's
the
second
next
call.
race.
Second call for race number 9.
So we
Formula
are gonna
750
take
presented
just
by NYC Norton.
just a hot
Vintage
second to
Superbike
give them a
Heavyweight
moment
Vintage Cup
to
presented by Tim
switch bikes,
CBX
put
and the
gas in their bike,
ICOA.
whatever they need to
And the
do
Sound
to
of Single
compete
2
for 2
presented
races
by
back
Moto
to back.
Caddy.
Like,
Second
just
call
took
for race number
about
9.
60 or
Second
90
call.
seconds to accomplish all that before they had to head to the grid. Just make sure everybody has an opportunity to make all of the grids and hit all of the races here this weekend that they registered for. So we try to be polite. Mr. J tries to put a pin in it, make sure everybody has a second to get where they need to go. So while we are doing that, I am going to go ahead and throw up here some flyers from some of the dirt events that are going on this summer. There's way more on the calendar, but these are just a handful of cool looking events I wanted to feature here during the road racing part of the program today to let you know that we do plenty of awesome dirt racing as well, and there might be an event by you that you should be racing in or come check out. So make sure you head over to AHRMA.org for all the details, and here are some of the flyers from some of the events going on, dirt events this summer with AHRMA.
row number 1, bike number 77, Z Dan Sokolich, 1S Daniel May, and bike number 114, Trip Nobles. Row number 2, it's bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, and 5S Martin Morrison, and 277, Ryan Ambrose. For the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight Vintage Cup, presented by Tim CBX and the CBX International Owners Association. On row number 4, it's 1P Jeremy Madrill, 1B Kevin Rammer, 237 Matt Esterline, and 846 Andre Hauer. Then row number 5, it's 71R Ben Slaughter. For the Sound of Singles 2, presented by Frick Starpoli and Moto Caddy. Back on row number 7, it's 1E Ralph Starpoli, 21B Andrew Berkeley, 501 Noel Corwin, and 329 Matthew Crabtree. Row number 8, it's 3Z David Frick, 9Q Jim Barker, and bike number 12 Adrian Yasso. Then row number 9, it's X30 Mike Harlow, 830 Tyler McCracken, 501 Randall Wade, and 57 Kevin Brown. That's your field here for race number 9.
Vintage Superbike Heavyweight is this year's 2022 Vintage Cup class. By the way, to all of our fans watching out on the live feed, in case you are not familiar with that, every year AHRMA features one particular class out of all of the classes, of which I think there's 60 or 70, to really feature and highlight and dedicate a little bit of extra time and a little bit of extra love and visibility to. And this year it is the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight class.
Attention out there in the paddock. Want to remind everybody, when you're done racing, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder before you leave. For those of you that are finished racing and you've passed your protest period, if you want to stop in and see Ralph Wessel there at the white school bus down here in the lower paddock, it's the white school bus with the Indian on the side of it. He has the trophies available for pickup over there. And also want to remind everybody, please don't forget to check your finishing position. Make sure that you're properly on the grid and that you finished in the position that you think you did. If you see any issues, please make your way upstairs immediately to the second floor of the timing scoring tower so we can get it addressed. Looks like the grid's forming up out here for race number 9. We'll get the calls going for you, that one, in just a moment. Where is everybody? Here they come.
Just doing a little sightseeing back there.
Kind of dawdling.
It's kind of a neat airport right next door. Some antique and old airplanes and things.
Attention out in the paddock. Also want to remind everybody to please don't forget to turn in your garage keys. They need to be turned into tech. So when you're done and you're getting ready to pack up and leave, turn the garage keys into tech. And while you're there, you can pick you up an event t-shirt. We still have a few of those event t-shirts left in the tech area for $20. So if you want to pick yourself up an event t-shirt, you can do that at tech. You can turn in your rental transponder at tech, and you can also turn in the keys to your garage at tech.
All the things happen at tech.
Just about, except for picking up the trophies. That's down at Ralph Wessel's bus.
All right, let's go trackside for the beginning of race number 9. Sound of Singles 2, the second of the largest displacement singles class.
Green flag waves, and bike number 1S Daniel May and bike number 19 Christopher Spargo both getting rocket starts, but 77Z Dan Sokolich right there too, as they're all trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow through that right-hand turn number 1 and wave 1. Second wave cleanly away, as looks like bike number 21B, Andrew Berkeley, getting a jump on the field as he leads wave number 2 up over the crest of the hill down into turn number 1. We'll get the running order for you when they come back around here in just a moment. For race number 9 for the Formula 750 class, this is sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restorations, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and custom builds, motorwork, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. The class itself is for 1972 and earlier 600 to 750cc four-stroke machines up to 4 cylinders. They must be representative of race bikes of the era with fairings and low clip-on style handlebars. Disc brakes and upgraded aftermarket frames are allowed. BSA, Triumph, Norton, Honda, Yamaha, Ducati, BMW are all represented in this class. For the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, this is the Vintage Club class this year that's sponsored by Tim's CBX and the International CBX Owners Association. Tim's CBX is an independent shop that specializes in the Honda CBX six-cylinder motorcycles. They sell parts and offer services for the CBX only. They offer hundreds of OEM and custom parts to keep the CBX on the road, and of course, they race one in Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. The International CBX Owners Association is the oldest Honda CBX club, and it's noteworthy to say this is a single model club. It's the Honda CBX six-cylinder bike. That bike was produced for 4 years and still has quite a popular following. For the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight class itself, you'll see a variety of machinery up through 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Race-prepped four-cylinder Japanese bikes in the 900 to 1000 cc range are represented. Unlimited displacement pushrod triples such as Triumph Trident BSA Rocket 3s can also be seen out there. Unlimited displacement twins from BMW, Moto, Guzzi, and Harley-Davidson are represented, and even the six-cylinder Honda CBX can be seen in this class. For the sponsored by Frickin' Star Poli of Moto Caddy, this class is for liquid-cooled four-stroke singles up to 450 cc and air-cooled four strokes up to 610 cc's. 450s typically have state-of-the-art road race chassis with modern motocross-based engines. That's your field here for race number 9. Out front is bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, leading that opening lap. With 1P, Jeremy Madrill back there in second, and 77Z, Dan Sokolich in third. With 1V, Kevin Rammer in fourth, and 1S, Daniel May rounding out your top 5. Back in that loader, 21B, Andrew Berkeley's back in 7th. X30, Mike Harlow is in 8th. 57, Kevin Brown is in 9th. And 510, Noel Corwin round out your top 10 as Christopher Spargo continues to lead this one, waiting for him to come around and complete the lap number 2 of a 6-lap race.
All right. Alrighty, definitely some changes up happening at the very first lap down, right?
Yeah.
Spargo in 1. I know his mom was tuned in, so congratulations. I think Kathy is the mom who is watching.
Here they come.
Here they come.
Race leader, bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, making it look easy, setting a blistering pace as he's got almost a full front straightaway lead over the battle for second place between, looks like, Trip Noble's there in second, and bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, right there behind him. Noble's running on the second place position for Formula 750. Madrill is leading for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. Then 77, Z, Dan Sokolich, he's running 4th overall, 3rd in class for the Formula 750. Then 1B, Kevin Rammer rounding out your top 5. He's 2nd in class for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. Then 21B, Andrew Berkeley, leading for the Sound of Singles. Sound of Singles too. Attention out there in the paddock. Results through race 8 have been posted again. Results through race 8 have been posted. You know how that goes. You've heard Michelle. Yeah, when I was doing I think it was the GNF one year, she was down there and somebody was trying to get a word in edgewise. It's like every time you think you were going to take a breath, you'd spit something else out. They kept trying to call you for like 2 minutes and you just kept talking. And they finally said exasperation and looked at me and go, do you ever get a word in edgewise with him at the house?
Never. All right, this is the tail end of this grid is who just passed right now.
Yeah.
So now we are on the lookout for race leader again. Christopher Spargo dropping the hammer.
Oh, he's flying, man. He is certainly on rails.
There he is.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Organize that speed. And that bright yellow helmet. Thank you for wearing that, Christopher. It makes it very easy. It makes it very easy to pick you out, and I really genuinely mean that. I really appreciate that.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, Christopher Spargo on bike number 19. Let him know he's got 3 laps done and 3 left to go. Then it's the battle between Trip Nobles on 114 and 1P Jeremy Madrill. Those guys are in different classes, but they don't care. Looks like they're racing each other hard. Then it's 77T Dan Sokolich, but here's the battle for the Sound of Singles 2. 21B Andrew Berkeley with X30 Mike Harlow right there on the rear fenders of those bikes. These guys are working the draft. They were pretty much nose to tail across the start-finish line that time
Yeah,
as they
this
start
one-
the second half of their race.
This one is just full of it.
Yeah.
Look at everybody getting very racy today.
Mighty sporty out there.
Uh-huh.
Mighty sporty.
Very sporting. Lots of dicing.
Attention in the paddock. Results through race 8 have been posted. Again, results through race 8 have been posted, and we encourage everybody to please check your finishing results. And if you find that there's an error, please make your way upstairs to the second floor of the timing and scoring tower to get it straightened out. Again, results through race 8 have been posted.
All right, we can still see some folks cutting on through
For
turns
those
4
that
and
want to
5
pick up
before
their
they head to
trophy
the back
before
of
they
the
leave,
track.
you can also do that down at the white bus here. You want to see Ralph Wessel, he's got those down there for pickup. The white bus with the Indian on the side of it here in the lower paddock. You can pick up your trophies once you pass the protest period. Sorry about that.
No worries. And then also, you know, we are discussing your top 10s because that's what I can show on Race Monitor on my computer system. If you want to see further down pack, please head over to Race Monitor or Speed Hive for yourself. They break it down real nice. Here is our race leader.
Bike number 19, Christopher Spargo with that bright yellow helmet one more time across the start-finish line. White flag should be coming out this next time by. Here's the battle for second overall. Trip Nobles holding about a 4-bike length advantage over bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill. And here's the battle for the sound of singles, too. It's Andrew Bono. It's, Berkeley's still out front in front of X30, Mike Harlow. But Harlow's been stalking him for most of this race. Going to be interesting to see what happens when the white flag comes out on the next lap. Then looks like bike number 77D, Dan Sokolich out there running 6th overall, 3rd in class for the Formula 750 as the rest of the field streams on by.
There was some real tight racing going on through here. I don't know where that little knot of folk, and they must have gotten spread out a little bit.
I think that's what happened. They finally got spread out.
I'm not joking about that Chris Spargo and that super bright helmet.
Yeah.
I love that. I was announcing a flat track race, and one of the gentlemen had these bright orange leathers, and he was on an old Harley.
Yeah.
And they aren't the right orange for Harley Davidson. And
Yeah.
I told him after the race, I'm like, thank you so much. Your leathers are amazing. I can see you anywhere on the track. And he was like, I hate these leathers. They're not the right color. They don't match my helmet. They don't match the bike paint. And he's like, I was gonna send them back. And I'm like, no, just leave them on. Just leave them. They're
leave them there
perfect.
so I can see
Every announcer at the tracks that you go to is gonna say thank you.
Yeah, because you can actually spot them. Here he comes. Bike number 19, Christopher Spargo out of turn number 14 one more time, seeing the white flag, letting him know he's on his final lap as he has put his head down and checked out on the rest of the field. Meanwhile, Trip Nobles and Jeremy Madrill working their way through some of the traffic as Trip Nobles cleanly away, still holding. Actually, I said that wrong. I thought they were working through traffic. It's actually the sound of singles 2 of Harlow and Berkeley that have caught up to Trip Nobles and Jeremy Madrill. So a 4-way battle for 2nd through 5th overall. Nobles holding on to 2nd in class, 2nd overall for Formula 750. 1P Jeremy Madrill leading for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. He's in 3rd. X30 Mike Harlow made his move on that one, so he's up to the top step of the sound of singles 2 with bike number 21B Andrew Berkeley rounding out your top 5. So Berkeley's turn now to try and study Harlow's lines and figure out where he can get back up on that top step of the podium. Meanwhile, bike number 77D, Zan Sokolich, still back there in that 6th place position, 3rd overall for Formula 750. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 10, 500 Premier, 500, the Classic 60s, Vintage Superbike, Lightweight Classic 60, 650, and Formula 250. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 10, Sportsman 500, 500 Premier, Classic 60s, Vintage Superbike, Lightweight Classic 60, 650, and Formula 250. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 10, first call. Got behind my calls. Race leader, bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, out of that turn number 14. Checkered flag in hand and letting him know he's the unofficial winner out there for the Formula 750 race. Here's the battle for, I believe it's Sound of Thunder 2 at the line. Looks like it's going to be bike number X30, Mike Harlow, working his way up onto the top step of the podium. 21B Andrew Berkeley back there in second for Sound of Singles 2. 114 Trip Noble just nips his battle with Jeremy Madrill, but Noble's running second in class for the Formula 750. And looks like bike number 1P, Jeremy Madrill, rounding out your top 5. He takes the unofficial win out there for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight. Next across the line should be 77D Dan Sokolich as he takes the unofficial third out there for Formula 750. With the exciting conclusion of this race, let's go second call. Second call for race number 10. Sportsman 500, 500 Premier, Classic 60s, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, Classic 6650, and Formula 250. You folks will be up in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 10. Sportsman 500, 500 Premier, Classic 60s, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, Classic 6650, and Formula 250. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's second call for race number 10. Second call.
I just realized we had a bright yellow shirt on this grid also. So that's somebody that's new to the AHRMA race program. So welcome new AHRMA racer. The bright yellow shirts indicate that somebody took the race program with Mark Morrow this weekend and then was certified to race with us on the same weekend. It's a
cool.
really very neat, cool thing. So if you want to come race with us and have some of this fun and excitement for yourself, you can go find out more details at ahrma.org. All right, and let's go ahead and start looking at graphics for race number 10.
Race number 10. Sportsman 500, 500 Premier, Classic 60s, Classic 6650, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Formula 250.
Thanks, friend. And you said F250's in here too?
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 10. 500 Premier presented by NYC Norton. And the Classic 60s presented by N-Cubed Racing. Vintage Superbike Lightweight presented by 51% Racing. Classic 6650 again presented by N-Cubed Racing. And Formula 250 presented by Southpaw Racing. You folks are up right now if you want to bring them on up. It's third call. Third and final call for race number 10. The third call for race number 10. Sportsman 500, 500 Premier, Classic 60s, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, Classic 6650, and Formula 250. It is third call, third and final call for race number 10. Third call. Announced to start. Third has gone out.
Let's go take a gander at these cameras out here and see how they're holding up. All right, there we go, and we are getting ready to. There we go. Some bikes finally making their way on out. It looks like here in just 1 second for race number 10.
Once again, it's third call, third and final call for race number 10. 500 Premier, Classic 60s, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, Classic 6650, and Formula 250. You folks are up right now. Again, third call, third and final call for race number 10. Third call.
I do apologize to the folks at home who are watching for the flickering on your screen. That is the wind pulling the cable out of my camera out there, the power cable. But I don't want to go unplug it because it resets it, and then I have to go put all the settings back into it. So I'm just kind of going to let it ride until and see if it gets any worse. It's also a little wiggly, as we've mentioned 500 times today. It is incredibly windy here. Jay, what do you think the winds are? 20 miles per hour?
At least I think they were calling for 25. It's windy. It's darn windy.
It's quite windy out here, which really adds to, changes up the racing flavor a little bit, I think. GT was up in the booth earlier talking to us, and he mentioned the same thing, that the way the wind is pushing down the back straight, one of the sections, it really increases your speed and makes you go faster, which was really interesting because he said he wasn't quite used to that.
Come on, guys, get out of here.
There we go.
As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there. For the 500 Premier presented by NYC Norton on row number 1, bike number 7, David Roper, 576, Christian Jensen, bike number 14, Brian Lehrer, X95, Andrew Malkin, on row number 2, 61, Paul Germain. For the Classic 60s presented by N-Cube Racing on row number 4, it's 122, Alex McLean, and 623, Patrick McGraw. For the Vintage Superbike Lightweight presented by 51% Racing on row number 6, on row number... What is this thing doing? On row number 6, it's bike number 51P, Jim Ike, and 426, Clint Coulon. Row number for the Classic 6650, again presented by Norton N-Cube Racing. Row number 8, it's 864, John Rickard, 5, Greg Tomlinson, and bike number 33Q, David Tompkins. And then rounding out your field for the 250 Formula 250 by Southpaw Racing. On row number 10, it's 787, James Pooler, and 709, Joe Ackley. That's your field here for race number 10. I wonder...
All right, and I know we've got some more folks tuning in to the live stream. Monica Stasser, thanks for watching. Jeff Dixon, thanks for tuning in. Bob Voorhees, thanks for watching. Mike Harding, welcome to the program. Kevin Grimmel, hey, aren't you racing with us? Thanks for tuning in out in the paddock.
There you go.
Monica Stasser has said, what race are we on? I want to see 10, and that was just a minute ago. We are on 10 right now, Monica. Christina Wilkinson, thanks for watching. Mark Pace, welcome to the program. Joe Fink and Joe Lupo, thanks for tuning in. We are on race 10 of a 14 race event. Plenty of great racing action to go. 4 races might not sound like much, but it's a lot. It's plenty more action. It's plenty more excitement. There's a couple really big classes still coming up. There's big grids and big bikes, big horsepower coming up. So stick around. You're not going to want to miss it. Do take a second if you're watching at home. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. Smash that share button and share this with your friends on your Facebook feed right now. Let them know to tune in to some of the best racing going on this weekend with the folks here at AHRMA.
Don't you have to ring the bell for subscribe?
No, that's YouTube.
Oh, that's YouTube. I'm sorry. What are we on?
This is mostly Facebook.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize we were doing Facebook. I thought we were doing YouTube.
All right, let's go trackside to go check out the grids for this race number 10.
Come on, Mr. Roper. You're on the pole.
There's Mr. Dave Roper.
Waves X95, Andrew Mall gets a rocket start from the front row on the right side as the field thunders down that front straightaway towards turn number 1. For the field itself, for race number 10, Sportsman 500. This is sponsored by Niche Cycle Supply. Niche Cycle Supply offering the largest Mikuni inventory in the nation and supplying a vast selection of vintage street and off-road parts and accessories to the world. Niche Cycle has you completely covered from simple repair and maintenance to major custom and restoration projects. They stock everything they sell so they can ship to you the same day you order it, because at Niche, they understand the passion. For the class itself, these are 1972 and earlier street bike-based four-stroke machines. A maximum of 3 cylinders out there can be had. No fairings and drum brakes are required. Class typically pits British twins against Hondas, Ducatis, and even BMWs. For the 500 Premier class, sponsored by NYC Norton, NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restorations, the fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and custom builds, motorwork, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. The 500 Premier field is any fully kitted, GP kitted 500cc overhead valve or overhead cam or 750 side valve 4-stroke, was built before December 31st, 1968, and like designs. For the Classic 60s, this is sponsored by N-Cubed Racing. This field is for 1950 and 60s era Grand Prix and Clubman style racers. 350cc/500cc 4-stroke overhead valve and overhead cam engine configurations are allowed, and 750cc side valve machines, similar models as the 500 GP and the 500 Premier, but in more original trim. The maximum of 4-speed gearbox is allowed. Norton-mounted Alex McLean has been the National and Dixie Cup champion for the past 7 seasons in that class. For the Vintage Superbike Lightweight, sponsored by 51% Racing, enjoy racing and enjoy AHRMA and the members that make it so much fun. For the class itself, a variety of machines up through the 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Overhead cam singles include Yamaha's TT500 and Honda Ascots. Overhead cam twins to 470cc's are allowed, and pushrod twins up to 650cc's. 4-cylinder bikes including the Honda CB350 and 400 are allowed, with a maximum displacement of 400cc's. The Classic 60s 650 field is also sponsored by N-Cubed Racing. These are 1950 and 60s era's 650 overhead valve and 883 side valve, aka flathead machines out there. This class runs with, but is scored separately from, Classic 60s. Popular models include Triumph and BSA 650s and the Harley K model. For the Formula 250, sponsored by Southpaw Racing Services, Southpaw Racing Services team members include Carl Anderson, who is the Chief Technical Consultant, Colton Robert, who handles porting and engine modifications, and Brian Bradford, who handles fabrication and exhaust, supplying engines and tuning to help riders win races, including the recent Formula 125 champions Louis LeBlanc and Colton Roberts. Their specialty is the Yamaha Vintage 2-strokes. This class is primarily for 1972 and earlier air-cooled 2-strokes, including singles up to 360cc's and twins up to 250cc's. 4-stroke singles and Honda 350/400 twins and the 4-cylinder 4-strokes are also allowed. Single disc front brakes are allowed. In addition to Honda's, machines typically competing are Japanese and European 2-strokes, and even include the Canadian marquee Can-Am. That is your field here for race number 10. Out on the track, it's bike number X95, Andrew Malk, getting a great start and leading that first lap. Then bike number 7, David Roper, was in second. 14, Brian Laraburo back in third. 122, Alex McLean in fourth. And bike number 51P, Jim Ike, round out your top 5. As here come your race leaders across the line one more time. It is X95, Andrew Malk, out there in the lead. Looks like our second place rider trying to get his number. Couldn't quite see it that time, but it looks like he's not having a transponder because he's not showing up on race monitor. So 7, David Roper, unofficially back there in third, with 122, Alex McLean in fourth, and 14, Brian Laraburo, rounding out your top 5. Trying to get that number, that second place bike.
Yeah, I caught that, and I didn't.
think it's 576, but I could be wrong.
And our buddy GT is out there racing aboard the number 5 machine and the Classic 60s 650. .709 of Joe Ackley just got added. Did you see it? Just popped up.
That's who it is. My mystery rider, bike number 709, Joe Ackley. He's the guy out there in second place because I saw Malt go by and I'm like, that's not Dave Roper there in second, but I couldn't quite see who the number was. Turns out it was 709, Joe Ackley, running there in second overall as everybody shuffles down in the order. And we, of course, got back-to-backs in this one. Pretty sure McLean's out there for sure.
One of my in real life buddies, George Wilson's watching. Hey George, what's going on? Yes, agreed. When I saw the mystery bike go past behind Andrew Mock, who was incredibly fast out here, I thought to myself, that sure does look like Dave Roper.
Here they come again.
Oh, and he's gonna have his hands full. Joe Ackley is right on his heels.
500 Premier versus 250, but still are having a heck of a race.
On a Formula 250 though, wow. Brian Laraber just crossing start finish. Jim Ike, David Tompkins, and John Rickard just now crossing start finish. If you want to see a little bit more detailed information down pack of all of the rest of the lineup, please head over to Race Monitor or Speed Hive.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, bike number X95, Andrew Malk, with bike number 709, Joe Ackley, right there working the slipstream. Malk riding a 500 Premier bike, Ackley on a Formula 250 machine. And then it's going to be bike number 7, David Roper. He's running third overall, second in class for 500 Premier. Then 122, Alex McLean back there in that fourth place position. He's leading for the Classic 60s. Then bike number 14, Brian Laraber, will round out your top 5. He is holding on to that third place position for the 500 Premiers. The halfway flags come out for these guys, letting them know they got 3 done and 3 left to go. Oh, that's right. We do that thing between race 12 and race 13.
I got the post office right here.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So we just had a very special surprise show up here in the booth. I can't show it to you on camera quite yet, but it is a custom award for this, what are we calling it? The Triple Crown.
Triple Crown.
The Triple Crown event going on this weekend of multiple disciplines, all happening under one weekend. There is a champion for this new mini class that's happening here at AHRMA Classic Moto Fest weekend. Let's go back to the track though, because we got some more great racing coming up.
Race leaders one more time down the front straightaway. Malk still towing Joe Ackley using the slipstream as they battle into that headwind coming down the front straightaway. Well over full front straightaway lead between them and that second or third place rider rather. Bike number 7, David Roper, as he crosses the start finish line. So halfway is done with this one, and whatever happens, it would be considered a complete race.
Monica's cheering on John Rickard on 864. Who I think is due to cross the start finish here in just a second.
Announced to start control. We got back-to-backs on this one. It also
There
sounds
it
like we
is.
got a pickup.
Yes, we'll have a pickup.
So as I was saying, Richard Brodock from our flat track side of the world just brought in here a beautiful, beautiful custom-made trophy by Gary Swan of Toadtown Racing that is going to be awarded to this Triple Crown winner here in between races 12 and 13. So if you're watching the program, make sure you stay tuned. And we're gonna chat with some of those folks who competed in that Triple Crown multi-discipline race within a race weekend. Clint Coulon. Crossing start finish.
Here they come. A little bit of a mix-up there as bike number 709, Joe Ackley, works his way around Andrew Malk. They are Ackley leading for the 250 Formula 250 class. Malk still leading for the 500 Premier as they rocket across the start-finish line. Then it's going to be bike number 7, David Roper, third overall, second in class for the 500 Premier. Looks like 122 Alex McLean leading for the Classic 60s across the line to see the white flag, letting him know he's starting his final lap. And then bike number 14, Brian Lehrer, rounding out your top 5. He's running third in class for the 500 Premiers. The rest of the field seeing the white flag, letting them know they're on their final lap.
Patrick McGraw also competing in that Triple Crown.
Yep.
Coming on across start finish. Let's see if we can see what's going on. Turns 3, 4, and 5. Looks like most everybody's cleared. Pat McGraw is just now heading into that turn 2 and 3 before he makes his way to the backside of the track. There's a great big huge front straight back there with one quick little kink in it. GT was telling us earlier that it is very, very fast.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winners as they rocket down this front straightaway. Malk trying to work a draft pass, but just can't quite pull it off. Missed it by about a half a bike length. The 709 Joe Ackley just nips him at the line. Ackley taking the unofficial win for the Formula 250. Malk taking the unofficial win for the 500 Premier class. As it's next across the line, it's going to be bike number 7, David Roper, taking the unofficial second in the 500 Premier class himself.
Now they were not in the same class, but that was still a great race.
It was still a great race.
That was still loads of fun to watch.
At the next line, bike number 14, Brian Lehrer just snips Alex McLean at that line. So Brian Lehrer holding on to the unofficial third for 500 Premier. Alex taking the unofficial win for the Classic 60s field. Let's go first call. Attention in the paddock. First call for race number 11. Again, first call for race number 11. You folks are up right now. 200 GP, Class C foot shift and Class C hand shift. You guys are up right now. Again, first call for race number 11. Class C foot shift sponsored by N-Cube Racing and Two Phil's Racing. The Class C hand shift sponsored by Luke's Racecrafter, and the 200 Grand Prix presented by Kincaid Legacy. You guys are up in the moment. Again, it's first call for race number 11. First call for race number 11. Okay, where did Tompkins finish? He just crossed the line. He did.
I just refreshed it because it wasn't flashing and giving me the transponder flash.
Well, fortunately, McLean and Tompkins, they finished basically right in front of each other. They're my next back-to-back, so I'm holding for them.
And Pat McGraw just crossing start finish. And checker's still out for our last handful of folks competing in race 10.
Okay, that's your race leader.
Alrighty. And we do have some back-to-back folks, but I'm going to take a second and change out the graphics as we're heading into race 11. Alrighty. Alright. Race 10 is winding down here, so let's go ahead and grab the graphics for race 11. This race 11 is going to be 200 Grand Prix, which should be a pretty big grid out there. This is the points class for folks racing CB 160 if they want to chase points. This is the class that they need to race in. So this is a dominated by that CB 160, which is a really, really fun class. A very, very fun bike. Lots of folks racing in that.
Tension in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 11. 200 GP Class C foot shift, Class C hand shift. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 11. Class C foot shift presented by N-Cubed Racing and Two Phil's Racing. Class C hand shift presented by Luke's Racecrafters, and the 200 Grand Prix presented by Kincaid Legacy. You guys are up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 11. 200 GP, Class C foot shift, and Class C hand shift. You guys are up in a moment. Second call for race number 11. Oh, my jaw's getting tired.
I know. It's a couple long days of talking for sure. Welcome back, Larry Coleman. Thanks for tuning in, friend Gary Rogers. Thank you for watching. Jimmy Petrie, thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to hit that share button, guys. We've got a handful more races going on. We're just getting ready to head into race 11, the 200 Grand Prix Class C foot shift and hand shift classes are coming up next. We do have some back-to-backs happening. We've got folks that are just coming off the grid right now for this race 10 that need to really quickly either switch bikes or put gas in their bike and then head right back out for race 11. So we're giving them just a hot second while they get that squared away. So I just wanted to also jump on. Thank you again for tuning in. This is your behind the scenes view of what happens during real life live announcing weekend up here. Mr. Jay McMacken holding down all of the awesome announcing duties up here, and Jackie Van Ham, your girl in the know and host for the live stream. I also wanted to go ahead and show an excellent video that AHRMA put out just a handful of weeks ago celebrating this incredible weekend here at Topeka. That great looking video gives you just a little taste of what goes on here at these classic MotoFest weekends.
Tension out there in the paddock. We want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. You can turn those in up at the tech area. Also, if you've got a garage, if you rented a garage, please don't forget to turn in the keys. You can turn those into the tech area. Also, while you're at tech, you can pick yourself up an event t-shirt. Those are still available for $20 in the tech area. And for those of you that want to pick up your trophies, you're going to have to wait a minute because Ralph Wessel, who is handing out the trophies down here in the lower paddock at the white school bus with the Indian on side of it, he's actually going to be in this next race. So if you want to pick up your trophies, hang out by the white school bus. Ralph Wessel will be right back with you when he gets done winning his race out there.
Yeah, it's a passion-driven organization, man. I mean, the people that are handing out trophies and doing stuff, they're going to be out on the grid. They're going to be racing with us. Anywho, just a little taste of what happens here at these classic MotoFest weekends. We had 4 for 2022, 1 in Daytona. That was the first. This is the second. Third will be at Laguna Seca, historical Laguna Seca in July. Our fourth will be at Barber Motorsport Park in Leeds, Alabama in October. So make sure you put Laguna Seca and Barber on your calendar. You're not going to want to miss it. Now let's go ahead and head down to the track for race 11.
As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid out. For the Class C foot shift presented by N-Cubed Racing and Two Phil's Racing on row number 1, 1K David Tompkins, 122 Alex McLean, 27 Bino Rodi, and 24 Grant Spence. For the Class C hand shift presented by Luke's Racecrafters on row number 3, it's bike number 181 Ralph Wessel. For the 200 Grand Prix field presented by Kincaid Legacy, back on row number 5, it's A20 Mitchell Barnes, 220 Tim Terrell, 049 F Danny Habermill, and 022 Cindy McLean. Then in row number 6, it's 123 Jonah Stein, 973 Rebecca Baker-Illman, and 215 Stuart Sanders. Row number 7, it's 231 Rick Gould, 533 Hiroshi Murata, and 357 Joe Corey. Row number 8, it's 787 James Pooler, 609 Handy Heath, and 338 Andy Filings. And rounding out your field on row number 9, it's bike number 19 Christopher Spargo. That's your field here for race number 11. Going to be interesting who's going to take the win in this one. The 200 Grand Prix field. Joe Corey and Spargo are both fast, but they're almost all the way at the back of the pack.
Ooh, really?
They're at row
I don't
7
know
and
though.
row
I watched
9,
them. I watched them
respectively.
cut through that crowd and get hole shots and do other
Yeah,
crazy
but
things like
you
that.
got-
Both Joe Corey and Christopher Spargo are very, very, very fast, very talented racers.
But you got Terrell on the front row along with Habermel and Steins on the second row.
Yeah.
And Barnes, and Mitchell Barnes is up there too.
Yeah, we did say Mitchell Barnes' name an awful lot
Yeah.
yesterday.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, this class always is a really good time. Like I said, this is the points class for CB 160. The CB 160 class here with the AHRMA folks is an exhibition race. So if you wanted to chase points, get trophies, all that kind of good stuff, you have to race in this class in order to get those points and be competitive in that way. So this is a little bit of everybody. There's some very, very, very fast people out here. It's always just a really, really fun race. I love watching it. The bikes are beautiful on their little skinny itty bitty tires. They're just little tiny bikes.
On this day last year.
On this day last year, David Aldana was up here. He was our grand marshal for the weekend. He came up here and visited us. Jay was showing me a picture of from his laptop from last year.
Other than a bash selfie with the man.
Yeah, I don't blame you. David's a great guy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go trackside. Yeah, it's a real coin toss, man. There's a dozen very, very fast people and very fast folks in here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So we've got this one, then we got Sound of Thunder 2 Next Gen Superbike, which is an ultra fast class. Then we got the CB 160 exhibition race, which is good. It's only 4 laps. And then we finish it off with another ultra fast class, Battle of the Twins 1 and Sound of Single 1.
Yeah, the end of the day always is pretty stacked.
Yeah.
That being said, it's been exciting all day.
Well,
I love
would
all the
ask
races.
That has been.
Even if the bikes aren't technically not quote unquote fast, they still are super cool and fun to watch.
And some stragglers on their out lap.
Yeah, they're kind of grading really weird. Let's look at the flagger cam.
So I heard the guy say last bike through 12, and I'm like, really? The majority of the field's up here already. Come on, Bino. Hey, you're in my spot.
Is that a little bit of?
I think so, yeah, because McLean's supposed to be in spot number 2, and 1K, David Tompkins supposed to be on this side. 27. Come on, Bino, get up here, buddy. They inverted the field this time. They put the Class C foot shift and hand shift on the first wave.
Oh, I just was gonna ask
Yeah,
that.
because yesterday the 200s were out front and they got run over.
Yeah. No, the foot and hand shift is really, really fast.
Yeah.
These are the oldest bikes. Some of the oldest bikes probably that we have.
As the checkered for the green flag waves, rather, it's bike number 1K. David Tompkins getting a jump on the field. As we inverted the field, we put the Class C foot shift and hand shift up in the first wave and then moved this 200s Grand Prix to the second wave. So waiting for the Class C bikes to get themselves over through turn number 1 and 2, waiting for the second wave to take off here in just a moment. Looks like Habermel didn't show up.
First wave clear.
Green flag wave. waves. An 820 Mitchell Barn gets a good jump, as does bike number 123 Jonas Stein and 220 Tim Terrell. One bike a little slow to get started off the line. Looks like it's bike number... There he goes. Looks like it's bike number 338. Andy finally having a little bit of a trouble, but he finally gets it fired off and rockets down that front straightaway as the rest of the field working their way over through the turns 4-5 area. We'll get the running order for you in just a moment.
We do have one already pulling off. They didn't even make it into Alpha, which is a little bend right before turn 1. But there is very conveniently a little
cut through there.
A little cut through there. So they just pulled off the track already. So I don't think any flags are going to get thrown or anything because they just kind of helped themselves right off the track.
For race number 11 for the 200 Grand Prix Plus class, this is sponsored by Kincaid Legacy Racing. This class combines a variety of engine designs and displacements based on an index of performance. This class is for 1968 and earlier machines, including 250 4-stroke singles and air-cooled 2-stroke singles, and 175 air-cooled 4-stroke twins and 2-stroke singles and twins. This field includes purpose-built race bikes and converted production road and off-road bikes. The bump-up class is the 250 Grand Prix class. Christopher Kaiden claimed the 2021 AHRMA National Championship. Did I get that right?
Yeah. I was cheering you on.
Class C foot shift is sponsored by N-Cubed and Two Fills Racing. Also, the Class C hand shift is sponsored by Luke's Racecrafters. This class is for 1951 and earlier machines. Bikes are typical of those raced on early American Grand National Championship circuits. 500cc singles and twins can have overhead cam or push rod engines. 750cc V twins are side valve or flathead engines and use the hand shift gearboxes. Battle of smaller, lighter British bikes against the heavier, more powerful American iron like Indian and Harley-Davidson are what this class represents. Foot shift and hand shift classes are on the track together, but scored separately. Out front after lap number 1, it's 1K. David Tompkins out in the lead with 122. Alex McLean right there behind him. 24. Grant Spence rounding out your top 3. Then bike number 81, Ralph Wessel leading for the Class C hand shift field. Here comes the battle for the 200 Grand Prix. It's 19, Christopher Spargo starting all the way back at the back of the field on row number 9, leading lap number 1. Then 357, Joe Corey there in second. 123, Jonas Stein in third. 215, Stuart Sanders back there in fourth. And 220, Tim Terrell rounding out your top 5 with 533, Hiroshi Murata in that 10th place position. Wow.
Yep.
I kind of wondered if Corey and Spargo, starting in row 7 and 9 respectively, were going to work their way to the front, and we have the answer.
Yep.
That answer is
I think
yes.
they're going to absolutely make their way up into the foot shift, hand shift class.
They might. There was a pretty big gap, but they're pretty fast. Although 200 is not a lot of CCs.
I've got faith.
Who's going to be going down over the loop? Oh, okay. Oh, Bino Rodi pulled off.
He had to pull off yesterday too.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
He's just having some sort of. But that bike doesn't sound like anything's wrong with it. But it was doing that yesterday. Maybe.
Okay, Bino. Move along. Thank you.
All right. Let's see what's going on out here. Let's see who we got.
Stop it. Race leaders out of turn number 14, Tompkins. Tompkins still has Alex McLean right there behind him. McLean's definitely within striking distance as they start their second lap here of this 6-lap race.
Oh, you might be right. This is quite a gap here.
Yeah.
Hand shift and foot shift, yeah, they've really kind of stepped away, right?
Well, actually, no. That's
This is
Spargo
Spargo
right
right
there.
here.
I know he's not going to win the race.
Oh,
but,
no. I think he's going to get up there.
But he's definitely got into the hand shift and the foot shift guys.
Yeah.
Do you know where E-Tech is set up?
For For the 200 Grand Prix field, bike number 19, Christopher Spargo, working his way up to third overall, getting past Ralph Wessel. Wessel leading for the Class C hand shift. Then 24, Grant Spence. He's holding on to third for the Class C foot shift in 357. Joe Corey, second in class for the 200 Grand Prix. Then bike number 123, Jonas Stein, back there in third on the podium for the 200 Grand Prix. 220, Tim Terrell in fourth, and 215, Stuart Sanders rounding out your top five in the 200 Grand Prix field. As the leaders, Tompkin and McLean, working their way on the back section. They should see the halfway flags this next time by.
For those of you who are following along at home, thank you again for tuning in to our live broadcast. For more information and more details and more race results, a little bit further down the hack, feel free to click on over to Race Monitor or Speed Hive. I only am showing the first top 10 in race order, not in by class.
Race leaders one more time. David Tompkins on 1K has bike number 122, Alex McLean, right there behind him. About 3 bike lengths separate those two as they work their way across the start-finish line. Green and white flags out, let them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go. And I've got to take a pause because the next one, race 12, is going to be the fun one.
A pretty substantial lead for those two. Tompkins and McLean putting a lot of distance between themselves and the rest of their hand shift and foot shift competitors, as well as quite a gap between them and Christopher Spargo, who is in 200 Grand Prix, who's not in the same class, but is still absolutely just checked out. Look at him go. Joe Corey, though, not too terribly far behind him and is in that same 200 Grand Prix class. Stuart Sanders from Tennessee crossing start finish right now. Another great sounding hand shift bike going past. Let's see if we can catch up with them towards turns 3 and 4. See if there's anything going on over there. We've got a couple more racers coming across our finish right now, so let's go ahead and check in. That might have been Cindy McLean. Her husband, Alex, racing up there in the foot shift class while she is in the 200 Grand Prix class. A family that races together stays together. That's what we say here at AHRMA. It is a family affair. It is super not uncommon to have husbands and wives and fathers and daughters and fathers and sons and moms and daughters. We've got all sorts of families that race together out here. And Tompkins and McLean neck and neck crossing that start finish. I was just commenting on Cindy McLean, Alex McLean, both racing in this race, not in the same classes. And I was saying how it was the family that races together stays together. Christopher Spargo.
Out front.
And Joe Corey has worked his way up.
Bike number 1K, David Tompkins still leading Alex McLean on that last lap. Christopher Spargo still out front with Joe Corey right behind him on the 200 Grand Prix field. Then 123, Jonas Stein still holding on to that third position, that third step of the podium, as white flags should come out this next time by for race leaders. Want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder when you're done racing for the day. Again, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponder before you leave for the day.
Some foot shift, hand shift?
Yeah, I was saying, what the heck? Oh, it was. I realized it was Wessel running down the wall, so he thinks he can get more speed that way.
Yep.
Leader? No? Yeah? No?
No.
No.
No. Cindy McLean.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on over there.
Here's the leaders. White flag out for your race leaders as here they come down the front straightaway. Looks like it's going to be McLean making his move on that last lap.
Ooh.
As Alex might have tipped his hand a little too soon with David Tompkins right there behind him. Of course, it could have been a situation where Thompson had a bit of a moment and McLean took advantage of it. We'll see how it's all going to shape up as Alex McLean up to that top step of the podium with bike number 1K. David Tompkins right there behind him as they have the white flag out, starting their last lap. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for Sound of Thunder 2 presented by Boulder Motorsports and Brian Sharp. And Next Gen Superbike sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Trails and Ned Heidel. It's first call. First call for race number 12. Sound of Thunder 2 and Next Gen Superbike. Again, first call. First call for Sound of Thunder 2 and Next Gen Superbike. And y'all please behave.
Oh goodness! I
I'm
don't know
sorry,
why.
but-
I don't know why you got jinx us like that.
I could have thrown that in there.
Christopher Spargo, come on down. Last lap.
White flag out for race leader bike number 19, Christopher Spargo. Then it's going to be 357, Joe Corey. And bike number 220, Tim Terrell.
Tim Terrell back in
Moving
the hunt.
himself up onto that third step of the podium as he comes on strong here in the final race, starting his last lap. Then it looks like it's going to be 123, Jonas Stein, I believe. No,
Stuart
it's
Sanders.
215, Stuart Sanders. So Stein's dropping down the leaderboard. Might have had a mechanical out there.
Stuart, I can always find. Stuart is super tall on these itty bitty little bikes. I can pick him out of a lineup. It's very easy to find him for me. He's
Yeah,
a real
there's-
big guy.
Yeah, something's going on with Stein.
Pick up.
Oh, that's why.
We might have a mechanical somewhere. A little bit more hand shift, foot shift coming down right now. This should be Ralph Wessel. Yes.
Got a pickup. Darn it.
Checks out. David Tompkins putting the pass back on, coming in one.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 1K, David Tompkins, who managed to work his way back up to the top step of the podium. Then second place, 122, Alex McLean out there for the Class C foot shift. As those guys' race is finished up, waiting for that third place rider, bike number 19, Christopher Spargo. He'll be coming into view here in just a moment out of turn number 14.
This is traffic.
Yep, it's a lapped rider. Got a pickup too. Evidently it is Stein, mechanical.
Mechanical,
Yeah.
sure.
But I was ready to roll straight into 12, and I can't now.
All right.
Out of turn number 14, your race leader for the 200 Grand Prix field, third overall, bike number 19, Christopher Spargo across the start-finish line, gives a nod to the starter, letting him know he's seen the checkered flag. Then next across the line should be 357 Joe Corey. It is, taking the unofficial second out there for the 200 Grand Prix.
And I thought Tim Terrell was closer.
2 pickups.
Tim Terrell might have had a mechanical back there.
Oh, I hope not. But then again, Stuart Sanders would take a third. I think this is a lapped rider. I don't think this is Terrell. If it is, they're moving awfully slow.
It's somebody going, their hands up,
Yeah, I see that.
and they're looking behind them. That, it does look like Stuart Sanders. That is.
Sure is.
And he had his hand up, so he might also.
Bike number 215, Stuart Sanders taking the unofficial third out there for the 200 Grand Prix. So not sure. I think Tim Terrell might have had a mechanical out there as we've got a couple of bikes having to be picked up. Yeah, it's Terrell having a mechanical. Oh, come on, guys. You guys are killing me.
These little 160s, I mean, you can only push them so hard, I think.
Bike number 81, Ralph Wessel across the line, taking the unofficial win for the Class C hand shift field. I don't want to go too fast because these guys have got tire warmers on. If they start pulling them off, they're going to start
I would not, because it sounds like we got 3 bikes to pick up. Unless they're all magically in the same place, it's going to take a hot second.
Yeah.
So we are going to be taking just a beat, just a tiny little beat here, because we had 3 bikes, mechanicals, nothing dramatic, no drama, but 3 bikes have mechanicals on the backside of the track that have to be picked up and safely removed. So we're going to do that. That is going to take just a few minutes, however. So now is your opportunity to go get yourself snacks, stretch your legs, make sure you come on back. In the meanwhile, I'm going to put a really great slideshow up of some awesome moments from the past season here with AHRMA. It is going to show you that the road racing will be coming soon, so just pay attention to that, because we'll be back in just a few moments. Again, thanks for tuning in, clicking, liking, and sharing all of our videos. We're going to be picking those CB160s up and bringing them back to the paddock, and then we'll be heading right into race 12. So make sure you stick around. You're not going to want to miss it.
Call for race number 12, Sound of Thunder 2 and Next Gen Superbike. Y'all are up right now. Bring them on up. Have fun.
Alrighty, and we are heading into race 12. Welcome back, everybody. We took just a hot second to go ahead and pick up those bikes, those little mechanicals that were on the back side of the track, those little CB160s, and we're heading right into our next race.
As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1 for the Sound of Thunder 2, it's going to be 660 John Beldock, 329 Matthew Crabtree, 762 Shane Quigg, and 553 Paul Canale. Row number 2 is 41D Brian Dobrolowski, 913 Arch York, and 811 Tommy Ryan. Row number 3 at 615 Colton Wolf, 901 Sean Beeson, 934 Ryan Smith with 370 Brett Volkerts. On row number 4 at 16 Teddy Honan, 271 David Vaughn, and 25 Frank Schoenbeck. Then we got a little bit of a row break back on row number 7. 83B Sven Blay, 46 Bob Robbins, 225 Brad Rixmeyer, and 2P Peter Kasakis. Then on row number 8, it's 811T Mark Jurasik, 940 Ryan Radar, and 007 James Plum. Row number 9, it's 012 David Everhart, 040 Ashley Johansson, 4L Drew Jancourt, and 691 Timothy Stewart. Row number 10, it's 93T Zach Thomas, 344 Joe Adams, and bike number 80H Chris Hasemeyer. And then for the Next Gen Superbike field back on row number 12, it's 1Y Jim Barker, and bike number 14 Brian Larabur. That's your field here for race number 12. Sound of Thunder 2 presented by Boulder Motorsports, and Next Gen Superbike presented by Appalachian Mountain Tours and Ned Heidel.
You said that already.
I've said that many times.
Right, everybody had their warm-up lap and are making their way to the grids. This is race number 12 on a 14 race day. This is Next Gen Superbike Sound of Thunder 2. This is our second to largest Thunder class. Let's go trackside. You'll see those grids up close and in person. I think they're going to do a break in this. This isn't just one wave, right?
Yeah, it's one way, but they put a row break in because it got kind of squirrely yesterday.
Oh,
So we'll
gotcha.
see
Okay,
how it goes.
so let's look on the big screen. I don't know if you can see it or not, but there's a little bit of a row break, a little bit of a gap in there because this is quite a large grid all heading out. So they wanted to give them just a tiny little bit of room to spread out a little bit.
I remember talking with Brian yesterday at the start of this one because he started way back in the back. It's not surprising he started on pit road because he's like, when the second wave took off or when we all took off, I just kind of sat there. He's like, there's only 2 of us and I was going to wait and see what came out of it. He was, I'm in no hurry. It's not surprising he's starting on, Brian Larabur. It's not surprising he's starting on pit road. Green flag waves. It looks like it's bike number 660. John Beldock getting a good start there. As the rest of the field gets rolling, looks like bike number 14, Brian Larabur, starting on the pit lane as he's guaranteed at least a second place position out there in Next Gen Superbike with only 2 in that field as the field works their way through turn number 1 over to turn number 2.
Yeah, this is a Sound of Thunder grid. There's only 2 little Next Gen Superbikes in there, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Yep.
Yeah. So this is mostly a Thunder class, but still a lot of performance, a lot of horsepower, a lot of fast racing going on. I think I saw a yellow shirt out there, which means somebody new to the AHRMA race program has joined us to race with us this weekend, which is awesome.
Just want 3 clean full laps. That's all I want. I'll settle for that. As the field starts their race on race number 12, Sound of Thunder, which is sponsored by Boulder Motorsports and Brian Sharp. Since 2006, Boulder Motorsports has specialized in high-quality Ducati service and performance with one-on-one customer service. They provide knowledgeable information and comprehensive service solutions for Ducati enthusiasts and racers. Housing one of the largest and most comprehensive Ducati parts inventories in the U.S., they cover everything from performance upgrades to simple hardware and maintenance items. The class itself here, the Sound of Thunder 2, is open to any of AHRMA's Sound of Singles or Motard motorcycles, liquid-cooled twins up to 850 cc's, unlimited air-cooled twins, and three-cylinder machines to 675 like the Triumph Speed Triple and Triple two-strokes up to 250 cc's. For the next-gen Superbike, this class is sponsored by Appalachian Mountain Tours and Ned Heidel. AHRMA's mission with this class is to recreate and preserve the look and feel of this popular era of U.S. Superbike racing. Based on production machinery available on dealer showroom floors, these motorcycles were modified within a set of rules that kept machines looking relatively stock but allowed a dramatic increase in their performance. The field itself features mid-80s to early 90s production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into race bikes. Twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000 cc's are present. Four-cylinder bikes are 750cc models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is the era when riders like Fred Merkel, Bubba Schobert, and Wayne Rainey ruled in the U.S. After lap number 1, it looks like 4L Drew Jancourt out front with bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer. Not surprising, he started all the way back in row number 8, up there into that second place position. 660 John Beldak in third, 762 Shane Quigg in fourth, and 370 Brett Folkerts round out your top 5. 913 Arch York back there in sixth, 811 Tommy Ryan in seventh, 901 Sean Beese in 8th, 14 Brian Larraborough starting on pit lanes, already worked himself up to 9th, and bike number 1Y Jim Barker rounding out your top 10.
And there's a reason it's called Thunder. Woo! They just came streaking on past here.
That's right, we're going to do the Triple Crown in between these two, so they'll probably be showing up here in a little bit.
All right, let's keep an eye on that last corner for our race leaders to make their way back on through here. Again, I apologize for those of you streaming at home for the wiggly camera. If I've said it once, I've said it 500 times. It is very windy here.
Yep.
All right, race leaders making their way back on down start finish. Phew. Those first two race leaders absolutely neck and neck. That is just an incredible battle happening up there.
Bike number 4L Drew Jancourt has his hands full with bike number 88 Chris Hasemeyer as those two rocketed across the start finish line. 660 John Beldak rounding out your top 3 with 762 Shane Quigg there in fourth, and 007 James Plume rounding out your top 5. Halfway flag should be coming out next time by, letting them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go. Back in that 6th place position, it's 93T Zach Thomas, 370 Brett Folkerts up to 7th, 913 Arch York back there in 8th, 11T Mark Jurasik back in 9th, and 344 Joe Adams round out your top 10. Going on back through the field, 811 Tommy Ryan back there 11th, 16 Teddy Honan back in 12th, 944 Ryan Rader in 13th, 225 Brad Rixmeyer in 14th, 901 Sean Vies in 15th, 2P Peter Kosakis back in 16th, 17th is 14 Brian Larraborough, 18th is 1Y Jim Barker, 19th is 691 Timothy Stewart, and 012 David Eberhardt round out your top 20 as race leaders see the halfway flags let them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go as Jancourt still leads Hasemeyer by the slimmest of advantages as it looks like Beldak Rather, Art Short and Mark Jurasik are having a good battle back there for 8th. Beldock still in 3rd. Thomas in 4th, and Flume round out your top 5 as everybody's starting their second half of the race.
That's not easy.
What? Not too bad once you get.
Oh, you know
All right. So,
We've met.
All right, we
no,
got-
he's great. He's a really good guy.
Oh, you guys are both one and the same
all
person.
right.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's head back up to
Boy, this is.
last turn before start finish and keep an eye out. Race leaders should be peeking their heads on through here in just 1 second.
Race leaders out of turn number 14 down this front straightaway. I think it's bike number 80, Chris Hasemeyer out front. It is. He's made his move there at the halfway point. So then bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt, back there in that second place position. They've got a full front straightaway lead over third place rider. Looks like it's going to be bike number 660. John Beldock kind of lonely back there in third, but solidly rocketing down that front straightaway. Then it's going to be bike number, I believe it's going to be 007. James Flume getting the better of his battle with Zach Thomas. So Flume's up to 4th, 752. Shane Quigg rounding out your top 5. 93T, Zach Thomas drops back a couple of positions, but still in that 6th place overall. 370, Brett Folkerts in 7th. Bike number 11T, Mark Jurasek back there in 8th. 913, Arch York in that 9th position. And 344, Joe Adams rounding out your top 10. Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 13. CB160 Pre-40 and Novice Historic Production Lightweight. First call for race number 13. First call.
The star has arrived.
Oh, GT is back in the house. If you've been watching the broadcast today, you know GT likes to stop by and come chat.
I've been
and hang
summoned.
out.
This time I've been
Oh.
summoned.
Summoned.
All right? I thought I was done with you, Jackie.
I know. No, you're never done.
Hey, listen, I was definitely not done with Jay. All right?
All right, now I don't want to spoil it for the watchers at home because we still have a very exciting race going on, so I'm going to click back to it. But we will be talking to GT here in just 1 second.
Here comes the battle for the lead. They're side by side down that front straightaway. Is bike number 4L, Drew Jancourt, about a half a bike length over Chris Hasemeyer. These guys are rocking it, and the white flag is out, so whatever's going to happen is going to happen this lap as they've worked their way around to the back markers. Third place, here he comes. It's going to be 660, John Beldock, as he's back there in that third place position, but it looks like James Flume on 007. He is pushing hard, trying to reel him in. 762, actually 93T, Zach Thomas, then 762, Shane Quigg. So Thomas up in the top 5 position, Quigg back there in 6th. I'm not sure if Flume might be able to catch Beldock, but I think he made his move just a little too late. We'll see if he's got it in him to reel in Beldock and put a challenge in for that third place position. Meanwhile, 370, Brett Folkerts back there in 7th, 11T, Mark Jurasek in 8th, 913, Arch York back there in 9th, and 344.
Honestly.
And 344, Joe Adams round out your top 10 as Hasemeyer and Jancourt push each other for all it's worth here in that top step of the podium. Over on the back stretch of this track, waiting to see how it all unfolds here in just a moment when they come out of turn number 14 for the final time.
For those of you who are watching the broadcast at home, by the way, you can watch the results a little further down pack over at Speed Hive and Race Monitor. I'm just showing the top 10 in order on the screen, but for all of the more detailed results, you can click on over to Speed Hive or Race Monitor. Alrighty, we should have race leaders peeking on around this corner here in just 1 second.
What's on track right now, Jackie?
What's on track right now?
Yeah, what?
Next Gen Superbike Sound of Thunder 2.
Fast bike. Fast people.
Fast people, very fast. Very fast.
Looks like 4L Drew Jancourt has managed to make his move as he holds off a late challenge for bike number 80, Chris Hasemeyer. So Jancourt taking the unofficial win on this one. Hasemeyer coming in right there off the top step, but still in a solid second place. Waiting to see what's going to happen for third. Beldock was holding on to it, but James Flumes was pushing hard, trying to reel him in. Looks like here he comes. It's going to be 660. John Beldock holding on to that third place position. 007, James Flume coming in off the podium there in fourth, wearing an orange shirt, or a yellow shirt, by the way.
Yep.
And then it's going to be bike number 93T, Zach Thomas, rounding out your top five. 370, Brett Fokert's back there in sixth. 762, Shane Quake drops back another position to finish seventh. 11T, Mark Jurasek back there in eighth. 913, Arch York back in ninth. And 344, Joe Adams rounding out your top 10.
Very exciting racing going on. Hasemeyer, very fast out there, right?
Yeah.
Coming from, where did he start?
Eighth row, I think.
Eighth row?
10th row.
Come on now.
That means there was 40 people in the grid.
Looks like bike number 14, Brian Laraburo, is going to get the better of his battle with bike number 1Y, Jim Barker. So Laraburo taking the unofficial win out there for the next gen Superbike field. Attention to the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 13, CB 160 pre-1940 and novice historic production lightweight. You folks are up in here just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 13. Yeah.
Alrighty, race fans, the moment you have been waiting for, the moment I have been waiting for here all weekend long since I got here and saw my good buddy GT over by the Toadtown Racing tent with Mr. Gary Swan himself. They told me all about this really incredible program that they are hosting this weekend. This idea of celebrating several different disciplines all racing under the same weekend. They came up with the idea of the Triple Crown, a race within a race event going on here this weekend at the Classic Motofest here in Topeka. And they had several participants racing. I have one up here, the winner. I don't know where he went. Where did GT go? Oh. GT, it's time.
What?
GT is never on time.
What
Always
happened?
late. Always late.
I thought you were saying quiet down.
But it's for you.
Oh.
But today he was on time, literally, and on time this weekend because GT Greg Tomlinson, the winner!
I got people here that.
The winner chicken dinner of this.
Wait, can you say that
trophy.
again? Because my earplugs are still in from my last race. What did you say? Did I win something?
GT doesn't know where he is right now. He's very old. You'll have to forgive him. He's a little.
I'm on the claw.
He's a little senile. He's rocking the claw. No, Greg had a great weekend out here. GT celebrating the idea of, in the Wayback Machine, in order to win Grand National Championship, you had to compete in several different disciplines, right?
Yep, I'm a
You had
fan
to- You had
of
to
that
race
era.
in dirt, you had to road race, you had to do several different things, and then that's how you became a Grand National Champion. That's
Yep.
not the case any longer. That is not how we do it here at AMA Pro, but you were having this idea because you love to ride dirt, you love to road race, so you were like, why not make a competition within a race event? And then you talked to your pal.
That's
Here's-
not how it happened.
Oh no, it's not. Okay.
Because I don't want anybody to believe that I came up with a trophy that I could potentially win. However,
said you did
no,
yesterday.
that's not what I said.
Oh, I love
Okay, so hold on one second. Let's get a couple of things straight.
Okay.
Because I love you and I love AHRMA, and I got to give big thanks to Gary Swan from Toadtown Racing for coming up with this idea. Because Gary had approached me. He was all, what do you think about doing some sort of Triple Crown or some sort of event where we do a cumulative across events, multidiscipline at Heartland?
So Gary Swan
This is all Gary Swan's
I
idea.
see.
Okay,
my
100%.
misunderstanding.
Right,
My misunderstanding.
100%. I will not
Okay.
take any credit for that. So, but Gary Swan also knows that I scramble, I dirt track, I motocross, I trials,
Yeah.
I road race. I just like to have more fun than everybody else. And
course.
so when he raised up that idea, I was like, man, that sounds rad. I was already bringing my dirt bike here to Kansas because I'm in the Dick Mann challenge thing this is one of the scoring points round for the team challenge that we're doing.
Yes.
And even though I've won a few titles in road race, I'm a cross-country racer here, which I'm really excited about. And so anyway, so when Gary had raised that he was thinking about this idea of doing something similar to a Grand National at one event, I was like, well, dude, I'm already bringing my thing. And then Gary's like, well, I'll convert my road racer to a dirt tracker and you can ride that. But what's super rad
Excellent
about
impression, by the way. Spot on. Spot on.
And by the way, that bike won Sportsman 500 yesterday, and then a half hour later we made it a dirt tracker, or a flat tracker, I should say. But what's also super rad is folks like one of my homies off to the side here, Jeremy Madrill, who I absolutely respect as someone super fast. He was in the hunt for it as well.
Okay.
And when I heard the dude with the crazy mullet was in on it, I'm like, oh, dude, there's no way I'm going to win this thing.
Oh, it's just like an incredible hair challenge.
Well, yeah, it's a
it's the cool man bun challenge.
I know. So the point being is this.
Yes.
Is that I'm super humbled to even put my name in that hat, let alone, like, I told you earlier on the webcast, I'm like, I'm not optimistic about my shots. Did I not say that? At least get that straight, right? I don't think I got this.
I agreed with you. I was like, I don't think you have this either. I don't think you're.
Thanks for the confidence boost. So at any rate, well, where's the damn trophy? Hold on, let me let my hair down.
Let's get Gary Swan in here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on
So
over.
how do we do this?
Come on over. No,
Okay.
stay.
Yep.
Gary Swan, come sit down.
Okay.
Come sit. The,
How about trophy?
the camera's
Where's
low.
where's
Look at
Duana?
this.
Yeah, show
Look
the
at this
trophy to
incredible
the.
trophy.
Can I present this to GT?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can present it to GT.
So look at this freaking cool ass trophy. Gary Swan, here. What exactly is this bad to the
I
bone?
just figured a way to clean my shelves out, and these are actually NOS 1960 Suzuki TS 75 shocks. GS 1000 gears. I stamped out the number myself, made the base. Anthony Staros, 750 Sportsman Racer, made the base. So we had some hands, guys.
It is very excellent. And look,
Look
Triple
at
Crown
that!
champion presented by Totown Racing, which is Mr. Gary Swan.
And old parts. Turn it around. Show this
Yep.
part. This casting is out of a 1902 elevator.
Wait, so you're telling me there's nothing I can use on any of my broken stuff? Out
Yeah.
Absolutely
Because
not.
I can use it on the
Absolutely
trash-
not.
trash
Absolutely
truck
not.
this afternoon.
Well, congratulations,
Anyways.
GT.
Thank you, mate.
You're welcome.
Sincerely.
Congratulations on winning the Triple Crown Challenge
Yeah,
here.
it's on now.
It's on now.
Jeremy
It's on
over
now.
Jeremy over here is eyeballing me.
I also want
That-
Bring him in.
So
They
let's
came
get,
to one
scoot,
point.
Come on
Yeah,
out. Come on
yeah.
out. So I want Madrid
Yeah,
to get in here.
yeah,
because
because Jeremy's eyeballing me.
Yeah,
man.
Jeremy. I've been saying.
And he's young.
So here's the
No,
deal.
I'm not.
I've been saying Jeremy's name all weekend long. Jeremy is very, very, very fast.
Yes.
And clearly very, very talented.
Yes.
So how does it feel to compete in this multidiscipline weekend here?
It was a really good challenge. It's a lot of fun. I originally started on dirt, so that was just a natural thing to just say, okay, it's been at least a year since I've done a cross-country race.
Yes. Hey, whoa. Keep it G-rated. Keep it
Sorry.
G-rated.
Apologize.
Yeah.
This is number one.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
So it was actually the mad scramble to find other bikes to ride. So I predominantly just do road racing with AHRMA, but I mean really I've dabbled in a lot of flat track stuff, never actually done a race. So that was my first flat track race I've ever done.
It's totally like every time. That's what you can expect. From every-
Not at all.
It actually was nothing. So it was great. So
Well, it looked like really good fun, the asphalt flat track last night, so I'm glad you got to jump in and experience it.
for sure.
But how important is it to you, or how do you feel about this becoming a regular mainstay part of our AHRMA race weekends?
I think it's awesome, and I think it should be something that becomes more common for everybody because not everybody just road races.
I love the crossover aspect of it. Sorry to interrupt,
No,
but I
no
love the
worries.
fact that we're bringing both paddocks together because throughout the rest of the year, the paddocks are really separate. We're at two separate different events. And now here, it's all under one roof, so there should be a way to celebrate and have everybody be able to put their toe in all the different pools, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for competing.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
I
competing.
beat him by a point.
Congratulations.
Which-
and
which-
by one
Which,
point.
which, let's make it abundantly clear. On the road race course, he's got me by about like 3 minutes a lap.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
so it's not
No,
even.
no, Jeremy's
it's not
very,
even the
very
same.
fast.
Yeah, it's not even the same
Yeah.
league. But before we boogie, the other thing, about Jeremy that besides his mad mullet is he also wears the sunglasses from my company Von Zipper, which I'm pretty stoked about. But can I just say a couple words before we get kicked out? Okay. So number one is I want to thank AHRMA. I want to thank Kansas Heartland Park for having us here. I especially want to thank Gary Swan for having the institutional knowledge to making a trophy like this possible. I gotta thank even though it's a total privateer effort, I spend all the money, but Bell, Fast House, Toad Town, JRC, Von Zipper, Sudco, anybody who's helped me White's Boots, anybody who's given me free stuff or just got me a little bit further on my goal, all my friends, the girl that broke up with me last week, maybe I can come home. And so if any of you, all 13 of you on the feed right now, if you have a daughter or
okay, so anyway, we're gonna wrap this up now. We're all done.
But
we're gonna
thank
get
you
these guys
so
out
much.
Of here.
I'm super humbled. So
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah. And now I know I got a target on my back. So. Oh, there's a race starting.
Guys.
Oh,
there's
God.
There's a race starting, so let's get back to
Thank you,
work
Jackie.
here.
You do a lovely
Thank
job.
you.
Jay, wherever you are, thank you. See you guys later. We party.
Alrighty, and this is the launch you just caught the tail end of the Honda CB160 exhibition race. Normally this is a Le Mans type start. Here it is a bump start because of the way that we have this area set up, the way that front straight is set up. We could not have people running across the track and the people that hold the bikes, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, this was a bit of a bump start. This is an exhibition style race. In order for the CB160 folks to compete and get points, they have to race in the 200 Grand Prix. And that was your pre-1940 class also launching. And there we go. Let's go ahead and see where everybody is at heading into turns 3, 4, and 5. You missed all the fun and excitement, Jay. It was very
keep going with the racing, unfortunately. I wish I could have been in here.
It was very rock and roll in here for a minute. No, I love those guys. Super fun.
Absolutely.
I love their commitment to racing and vintage racing.
Well, you know, that's not something you take lightly. I mean, the Triple Crown, but, you know, GT ran road racing. He did road racing. He did flat track last night. And he did, what, the off-road event? I mean, that's tough on somebody, you know. That's nothing to sneeze at, so. Go on, Bino.
Yeah, I was saying this is not the leader because they're running very behind.
They told him to take his grid position, and he did by going all the way around the track. And they told him, in riders meeting, we're not waiting for you. If you go for your hot lap and you come around, the grid's going to be gone. For race number 13, the CB160 Le Mans is an exhibition race, which means it's a 4-lap race. It's sponsored by Incube Racing. Again, this is an exhibition class open to 1960 Honda CB160 4-stroke twins. This class runs fewer laps than the non-exhibition race. Machines range from lightly modified to full-blown racers, and riders must enter the 200 Grand Prix Plus class to be eligible for this one. For the pre-1940 Grand Prix class, this is sponsored by Norton Manx Racing and Rob McKeever. Bob McKeever, also known as Champagne Bob, raced at Daytona in 1948 and was heavily involved in vintage racing for many years. Sadly, he passed away in January of 2017 at the age of 97. Bob founded Champagne Bob Racing, which has evolved into Norton Manx Racing and carries on Bob's passion. Bob's son Rob McKeever is the team manager and continues the race program. The Norton Manx Racing racers are Alex McLean and his wife Cindy. This class is intended for 1940 or earlier GP and modified street machines up to and including 500cc overhead valve and overhead cam engines or 750cc side valve machines. Like design models are also permitted. All major components must be OEM parts that existed prior to 1941 or are accurate, detailed replicas of the same parts using the same types of materials and technology. Alex McLean is the 2021 pre-1940 Grand Prix champion. For the Novice Historic Production Lightweight field, this is sponsored by Louisville Motorcycle Performance and Graphics Works. LMP Shop specializes in vintage restoration, race motor prep, vapor honing, and reclaiming vintage brakes. If you want to stop, they're the ones to go see. Gemco is a 40-year-old company specializing in custom handmade vintage racing exhausts. They can produce over 40 models of exhaust systems for road racing, flat track, motocross, and off-road. They're taking exhaust orders at the rigs. They can also transport vapor hone jobs to the races. The class itself is for 78 and earlier street machines in very close to standard production trim. Minimal modifications make this an inexpensive entry-level class that's intended for novice-level riders only. The lightweight class is for 4 strokes up to 500 cc's, 250 cc 2 strokes, and certain 350 cc 2 strokes. Out on the track after that first lap, 3:57, Joe Corey was your leader with 2:15, Stuart Sanders in second, and 2:20, Tim Terrell rounding out your top 3 after lap 1. Here comes your race leader once again, 3:57, Joe Corey still up there in the lead. Looks like bike number 220, Tim Terrell, up into that second place position. Meanwhile, Stuart Sanders has his hands full, I think, with Cindy McLean, 022, right there behind him. Actually, no. Who was the, I believe that last bike was 820 Mitchell Barnes. He was the one that was racing hard with Stuart Sanders. Then there's going to be 022 Cindy McLean rounding out your top 5.
But Tim Terrell, I'm kind of surprised because didn't he have bike trouble earlier today? Maybe he was on a different machine?
He did have some problems, some issues.
In the
Evidently
200
he's got
GP.
it figured out. Yeah, evidently he's got it figured out.
It sure looks like it.
Yeah. But yeah, that was, I'm pretty sure that was 820 Mitchell Barnes, but he's not showing up on Race Monitor yet, so I don't know if he's minus a transponder or they're just trying to get it figured out with timing and scoring. Looks like bike 122, Alex McLean's leading for the pre-1940 class. He's back in 6th at the moment. And 7S Mitch Skaggs back there. He's leading for the novice historic production novices. And then it looks like it's going to be 332 Winston Spencer. He's running 2nd in class for the novice field. And then G3 Corey Gala rounding out your top 3 for that class. As 357 Joe Corey continues to show the fast way around the rest of the field and leading for the CB 160s. Attention out there in the paddock. Want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the afternoon or for the day. And also, if you've got keys for the garages, please turn those in at Tech as well. Again, don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave and turn in the keys for the garage at Tech.
Joe Corey in 1.
Out front, 357, Joe Corey in the lead, 220, Tim Terrell right there in 2nd, and it is going to be bike number 215, Stuart Sanders, and 820. Mitchell Barnes back there in that 4th place position, although Mitchell's not showing up on Race Monitor. Not sure if he's missing his transponder, if they just don't have it equated yet. But Barnes back there in 4th place position, continuing to stalk Stuart Sanders for that 3rd step on the podium. Then it's bike number 022, Cindy McLean, rounding out your top 5.
Rick Gould just crossing start and finish. I just saw earlier perhaps his significant other. I saw Gould on here. Oh, Jackie Gould is watching again. Welcome back, Jackie Gould. Andy Heath just crossing start finish right now, followed by Corey Gola.
Sorry.
No worries.
Halfway flags out for your race leaders, letting them know they've got 3 done. Or actually, it's a 4-lap race, so the white flag's out on this one. My mistake. Let's go first call. First call for race number 14. Battle of the Twins 1. Sound of Singles 1. Motard and Formula Vintage. You folks are up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 14. Battle of the Twins 1. Sound of Singles 1. Formula Vintage and Motard. You folks are up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 1. Or for race number 14. First call for race number 14. Where am I going back to the top of the order?
Checks out.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, 357. Joe Corey taking the unofficial win. Bike number 220. Tim Terrell coming in second. Here's the battle for third. It looks like it's going to be bike number 215. Stuart Sanders just nipping bike number 820. Mitchell Barnes by about a half a bike length. So put Stuart Sanders up on that third step of the podium. He'll be able to hand himself a trophy at the presentation.
He will
tonight.
be able to hand himself his own trophy. He will.
Bike number 820, Mitchell Barnes coming home, unfortunately there, unofficially there in fourth, and 02-22, Sidney McLean rounding out your top 5.
GT was mentioning during that Triple Crown event that he won by 1 point.
Yeah, that's all it takes.
Yep.
It's like, I don't mind, racing. All I want to do is lead 1 lap. All I want to do is just lead 1 lap. The last one.
All right. Race 13 of a 14 race day. One
In the
more
books.
to go.
In the books.
It's very fun. CB 160
Announced to
class.
control.
Winding its way down. Checkers
So
are
do we
out
have a
for
pickup or
everybody.
not?
Yes, we're gonna pick up at 11.
I thought so. Copy that. Pick up at 11, which is what I thought.
Oh. All right. It sounds like we have a little mechanical going on out in turn 11, so we have to go pick a
Attention
motorcycle
out there in the
up real
paddock. I want
fast.
to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. We've got one more race left to go, to race number 14. So when you're done racing, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders. You can take them up to tech and turn them in up there. Also, please turn in the keys for your garage. If you've rented a garage this weekend, please don't forget to turn in your keys to tech for your garage. Please take your empty fuel cans and use race tires with you. And while you're in tech turning everything back in, you can pick yourself up in a limited event t-shirt. I believe they still have some of those for sale over there when you're in tech.
All right, as race 13 winds down, I'm going to throw the graphics up for race 14, our final race of the day.
I forgot Mitchell Barnes was back-to-back in this one. Oops. No big deal. We got to do a pickup anyway.
Yep. So we'll give them just a hot second. But let's go look. Actually, I want to go jump on my videos over here because I think I have a video. I think I might have Jeremy Madrill in one of the videos from last night. I just shot some of the different bikes that were racing in that flat track. You just heard Jeremy say he's never even done flat track. And last night we did a super tiny little short track on asphalt. So let's go ahead and go check that out. Show you some of the awesome sights and sounds of last night's flat track races, and I apologize. I thought I saw the checkers go down, and I thought we were all done. And we have 2 more folks cross over the start-finish line. So who were our last 2? It was Mitch Skaggs and Alex McLean having their battle. So I apologize, I missed it. But congratulations to them as well, crossing start-finish. And I think that officially is everybody. I think officially that is everybody, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, so I apologize to them. My
Well,
apologies.
I'm also hearing that they took 2 checkers. I don't know, so anyway.
So we'll see what happens. Let's go ahead and change this guy down. And we're taking just a moment. We're taking just a moment to make our final call for race 14. We had to pick up a motorcycle and we had somebody racing in 2 races back to back. So we're giving them just a hot second. But huge thanks for tuning in again. We have had lots of familiar faces jumping on the live feed yesterday and today. We appreciate you watching, clicking, liking, sharing, making comments. You can always ask us questions or jump in or say something. We appreciate all of the feedback. Everybody's been really great. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Jay and I both work very, very hard to bring a good show to you every single time we get the chance to work together. Jay does an excellent job holding down all of that commentary. This is a heavy-duty job up here, and I super appreciate all of his hard effort and hard work. Huge thanks to everybody here at AHRMA, all of the volunteers. It takes a village, right? We've got so many people behind the scenes to make all of these race weekends happen smoothly. We have a huge schedule going on every single season, lots of different racing, road racing and dirt racing. So make sure you head over to www.ahrma.org to look up our full schedule or to find out how you can come racing with us and have some of this fun and excitement for yourself. Again, that is all that information is found at
Attention out there in the paddock.
AHRMA.org.
Let's go second call. Second call for race number 14. Battle of the Twins 1, presented by Fast by Faraci. Sound of Singles 1, presented by William Dokianos. And Motard, presented by Motool. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call, race number 14. Battle of the Twins 1, presented by Fast by Faraci. Sound of Singles 1, presented by William Dokianos. And Motard, presented by Motool. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's second call for race number 14. Safety 2's on the move. Wait till he gets in, then I'll go third call. Copy that. I gave second just a little late, so we'll just wait till they get in and then we'll go third.
Let's take a second. Actually, while we are dragging here, I have not even thrown up hardly today. None of these things can happen without all of our incredible sponsors and partners. Let's go check out some of those incredible sponsors and
Twins 1, Sound of Singles 1, Formula Vintage and Motard. You folks are up right now. Bring them on up. We'll send you out for your hot lap. Third and final call for race 14.
you just heard Jay making.
Well, we got a moment. Want to say thank you to Haggerty Insurance. Haggerty's your off-track insurance guarantees your race bike is properly protected. And don't forget coverage for your spare parts, tools, and your trailer, plus membership in Haggerty Drivers Club. Get started today by checking them out online at Haggerty.com. Sorry, I had to do that real quick. I realized I was not getting done.
Folks at Haggerty definitely deserve a little bit of love from us. They help help out a lot. They also host that swap meet and bike show.
Yep.
They do a lot of heavy lifting around here. So huge thanks to the folks at Haggerty. We appreciate them being such an incredible partner for the 2022 AHRMA race season.
Once again, we're at third and final call for race number 14. Battle of the Twins 1, Sound of Singles 1, and Motard. You folks are up right now if you want to bring them on up. It's third and final call for race number 14. Also like to put out a big thank you to 4SR, our award sponsor. Make your track days better. All of their standard off-the-shelf 4SR leather suits are manufactured the exact same way as the suits produced for their 4SR factory riders. They have always used the same technological processes and materials for production and custom suits that ensure they are making the best quality riding gear available to everyone. They believe in producing the best possible garments for bikers and then working out the price points afterwards, giving riders all over the world a genuine piece of riding kit developed with safety first. And again, thank you to 4SR for their awards sponsorship. As the riders take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1 for the Battle of the Twins 1, sponsored by Fast by Faraci, it's going to be bike number 14, Brian Laraber, 553, Paul Canale, then 46, Bob Robbins, then 901, Sean Weiss. Then on row number 2, it's 181, Randy Sullinger, and bike number 12B, BJ DeJong. For the Sound of Singles 1, presented by William Dokianos, back on row number 4, it's bike number 1F, Kevin Grimmel, 457, Robert Olivia, 257, Joseph Mayer, and bike number 81, T. John Turner. Then row number 5, it's 225, Brad Ricksmeyer, 9Q, Jim Barker, and bike number 29, Ryan Music. For the Motard field, presented by Moto, back on row number 7, it's 21B, Andrew Berkeley, 510, Noel Corwin, 820, Mitchell Barnes, and 46X, Brian Rammer. Then row number 8, it's X30, Mike Harlow, 940, Ryan Rader, and bike number 830, Tyler McCracken. Then row number 9, it's bike number 501, Randall Wade, and R3, Richard Richter. That's your field here for race number 14.
Did you release the McCracken?
I think we did. The Tyler McCracken is out there. Release the McCracken.
Sorry, gang, I had to do it. I couldn't help myself.
I'm sure he's never heard that before.
I'm 100% that's not the case.
For the Battle of the Twins 1, 905cc to open. This is sponsored by Fast by Faraci. The Battle of the Twins is presented by Fast by Faraci Racing Products. The legendary 2-time Ducati World Superbike and 2-time AMA Superbike Championship winning team brings you the same passion it took to win in the current range of products, offering the highest quality race-proven performance parts and products to enthusiasts worldwide for over 40 years. When you order from Faraci.com, you know it's personally backed by Araldo Faraci himself. Be sure and keep an eye on Ducati's return to Moto America for 2021 in their Superbike program with Araldo Faraci as the team manager. Visit Faraci.com today. The class itself, the Battle of the Twins 1, is open to all air-cooled twins 905cc's and up. The air-cooled bikes have obviously been obsoleted by newer technology but remain a favorite of builders, racers, and fans alike, and AHRMA has made a home for them here. On the track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buell. I'm tired of talking. For the Sound of Singles 1, sponsored by William P. Dokianos, William Dokianos would like to thank the AHRMA staff and volunteers for all their hard work. For the class itself, this is unlimited displacement single-cylinder 4-stroke machines, modern singles with an anything-go attitude. This is a platform where ingenuity and engineering shine. For the Formula Vintage field, sponsored by Racetech Suspension. Since 1984, Racetech has been perfecting the science of motorcycle suspension. They offer performance springs, legendary gold valves, G3-S custom shocks, TNK fork tubes, drum brake arcing, and complete suspension rebuild services for vintage and modern motorcycles. Vintage specialist Matthew Wiley will be at the track this year at several events, including the Barber Vintage Festival, to assist AHRMA racers. Racetech has been an AHRMA sponsor since 2009. And in addition to backing the competitive Formula Vintage road racing class, they are a series sponsor for the AHRMA Post-Vintage Motocross. Contact Matthew directly to receive the best service possible and an AHRMA member discount, or visit them on the World Wide Web at www.racetech.com. The Formula Vintage field itself is open to machines which also compete in the 500 Premier, 500 Grand Prix, Formula 750, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750 class. Additional bikes eligible for this class include up to 1982 two-strokes from Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha, and Honda's 4-cylinder CB500 4-stroke. The fastest bikes and some of the fastest riders of all as AHRMA's vintage classes are out there. David Crussell won the 2021 championship for that field. And for the Motard class, sponsored by 811 Underground Racing, known as Supermoto or Super Motard, competitors often race on smaller tracks that combine portions of dirt and pavement. In Motard, you'll see unlimited displacement 2 and 4-stroke singles, which are based on motocross or dual sport bikes with limited modifications for road racing. Motocross, off-road, dual sports, and Motard specific single cylinders are allowed in this class. 2-stroke liquid cooleds up to 500 cc's, 2-stroke air cooleds unlimited, and 4-stroke liquid cooled to 570 cc's are out there. That's your field here for race number 14, as the field has already left the starting line, working their way around the track on lap number 1 of this 6-lap race.
As we were talking about yesterday, there's this handful of turns that's on your screen right now if you are enjoying the live feed. Everybody's already gotten through there. They are currently working their way through the back straight, which is quite fast, and you should be at your top gear. There is one little quick left, right, little quick blurb in the middle of it, but it's a pretty much very fast straight, and then you get into a couple sets of quick curves through 8, 9, and 10-ish, and that is where some strategy and cat and mouse can
Race
happen.
leaders down the front straightaway. 181, Randy Sullinger out there front with bike number 14, Brian Larrabur, right there behind him in that second place position. And then a gaggle of riders themselves. 457,
Everybody.
Robert Olivia's there. Then it was 901, Sean Vies, 1F, Kevin Grimmel, 29, Ryan Music, and 225, Brad Rixmeyer. Those guys are going to have to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow through this lap. Bike number 12B, BJ Jajong is back there in that 8th place position. 9Q Jim Barker in 9th, and 46 Bob Robbins round out your top 10 as Sullinger and Larrabur have broken away from the rest of the field as the rest of the pack trying to sort it out for the Battle of the Twins 1 up front. Once again, want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders before you leave for the weekend. And if you're not in this race, your racing is done for the weekend, so please turn in your rental transponders as quickly as possible. You can turn them in down into Tech. Also, please make sure you turn in your keys for the rental garages, and there's still time to pick you up a limited edition event t-shirt there in Tech if you want to pick one of those up for your ride home. Please don't forget to take your empty fuel cans and your used race tires with you, and be careful.
What was it? What were we calling the last couple of quick little turns right before the front straight? The sniper?
Yeah, I think that's what GT said.
The snipery that can happen back there. All right, we've got our race leaders coming down front straight right now.
Bike number 181, Randy Sullinger continuing to lead this with one. Bike number 14, Brian Larrabur right behind him. Full front straightaway lead over that second place or that second group of bikes. It's going to be bike number 457, Robert Olivia, I think. It is. And then bike number 29, Ryan Music. And then bike number 225, Brad Rixmeyer. Round out your top 5. 1F, Kevin Grimmel back there in 6. 901, Sean Vies tumbles down a couple of laps, or a couple of positions rather, to that 7th place overall. 12B, BJ DeJong back up there in 8th. 9Q Jim Barker should be in 9th, and looks like our no, actually it's going to be a couple of the Motard bikes across the line. 21B Andrew Berkeley, and then bike number X30 Mike Harlow. Those guys had a heck of a battle earlier. I think it was in the Sound of Singles 2 race, and now they're out here with the Motard field, or maybe it was the Sound of Singles 1. Anyway, those guys had a heck of a battle themselves as 2 bike links separate those two as they started the next lap. Halfway flag should be coming out next time by.
There might have been an earlier Thunder class.
I couldn't remember what it was. I just remember they had a darn good battle.
Let's go see what's going on in turns 3, 4, and 5. It is in the very middle of your screen right now. let's go take a peek and look for our race leaders. This is a very, very fast classes going on here for our last race of the day. So they make pretty good time, make pretty quick time of coming around this track pretty fast. There we go.
181, Randy Solinger still leading this one with bike number 14, Brian Larabrewer in tow as they rocket across the start-finish line. Green and white flags in hand with the starter crossed, letting them know they've got 3 done and 3 left to go. Then it's going to be bike number 457, Robert Olivia. But here comes Ryan Music, 29, and he's stalking Olivia for that third step of the podium. It ain't over yet as bike number 225, Brad Rixmeyer, rounding out your top 5.
Look at this drag race happening.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's... For the Motard bikes, looks like X30, Mike Harlow managed to get around 21B. Andrew Berkeley, as they work their way around 12B, which is BJ DeJong. He's running in a 900 open class, rounding out your top 10. So a couple of Motards are working their way forward in the field as those guys are hammering on each other for that lead position in the Motard class.
Folks coming on through. See those motards making their way through turns 4 back there right now, towards the middle of your screen. Let's go see. There we go, race leaders. Oof.
Bike number 14, Brian Larabrewer, really turned it up. That lap was within 2 bike lengths of bike number 181, Randy Solinger, as they are reached halfway. Everybody's seeing halfway, so whatever happens during this race, it would be considered complete. As here's the battle for third. Looks like Ryan Music on bike number 29. He does. He pulls the trigger, puts himself up on that third step of the podium. 457, Robert Olivia back there in fourth, and 225, Brad Rixmeyer, round out your top 5. So again, whatever happens in this race, it would be considered a complete race. Here's the battle for the Motards. Looks like Berkeley still has about a bike length on Harlow as those guys are pushing everything for all it's worth. White flag coming out next time by here in an exciting final race of the weekend here at Heartland Motorsports Park. Once again, want to remind everybody, please don't forget to turn in your rental transponders when you're done racing for the day. And congratulations, if you're not in this race, you're done racing for the day. So please turn in your rental transponders to tech. If you've got keys for the garage up there, please don't forget those to turn those into tech as quickly as possible too.
A couple more Motard folks coming on through
and
here.
And there goes the battery.
There we go. There's my other Motard folks. Class. Again, if you're watching out there on the live stream, please do feel free to check on out to Race Monitor or Speed Hive for the more thorough, full results. I'm showing top 10. If you're curious about what's happening a little bit further downfield, check out Speed Hive or Race Monitor. All right, it's gonna get racy.
Bike number 14, Brian Larabrewer, continues to stalk Randy Solinger as the white flag comes out. So whatever they're going to do, they're going to have to do it this lap as they've got a large stretched lead over that third place rider. It was last time, it was 29. Ryan Music, as here he comes out of turn number 14. Bike number 457, Robert Olivia, knows that that's the podium position he needs. As it looks like Music gets a great drive and gaps out Olivia here into the final lap.
Brad Ritzmeyer and Kevin Gordamel crossing start-finish right now, followed by Sean Weiss.
Here, have a couple of Rolos.
Thanks, friend. this that great motard battle?
Yep. Nope. I think that's for third.
This is a different one, but these guys look great. I've been watching them all day, or this whole race.
Yeah. That also might be for fifth. You got them dirt bikes absolutely flying out there for dirt bikes. They're booking.
Dirt bikes on slicks.
No kidding, those things are flying.
Yeah, those are great machines. Alrighty.
Here comes the battle for the lead. Looks like Brian Laraburo pulls the trigger and snookers Sullinger at the line. So 14, Brian Laraburo up to the top step of the podium. Bike number 181, Randy Sullinger unofficially back there in second. I think Laraburo was just toying with him. No, you think?
Brian was just hanging out. Brian was just letting Randy cut through the wind for him.
Yeah. Here comes your unofficial third place. Looks like it's going to be bike number 29, Ryan Music. No, it's 457, Robert Oliva. Making it work for him. Puts himself back up on the the third step of the podium. 29, Ryan Music. First off the podium back there in fourth. And then bike number 225, Brad Rixmeyer back there in sixth place position. 21B, Andrew Berkeley getting the better of his battle with X30, Mike Harlow. So looks like Berkeley taking the unofficial win for the Motards with Harlow back there in second. That's the race.
And Sean Weiss just going across start finish right now. But there was a really great another motard battle a little bit further down pack. So I'm going to leave this camera on, of course, to grab that because that was a really fun looking battle going on back there. BJ DeJong just now crossing start finish for Battle of Twin Open. This is it.
Wow.
Bam!
Was that I shut my computer down, so I couldn't tell you if that was for third or not. I think it was.
That was a good looking battle right there. That looked like a fun time. Huge thanks to everybody for coming on out and racing with us. We've got a couple more folks making their way back home, so I will leave my camera on for just a few moments to let them come on across. While we're waiting for those folks to come back home and cross through start finish and get those checks. Huge thanks to everybody for tuning in today and yesterday. We've had such a great time out here. It has been it's just such a great park, a great weekend. Dirt racing, road racing, asphalt short track. There was trials, there was drag racing, there was everything going on here at this classic Moto Fest here in the Heartlands at Heartland Motorsports Park in Topeka. This is the second of 4 of these classic Moto Fests going on for 2022. We do have all sorts of other races going on throughout the rest of the 2022 season for road and dirt, so make sure you check out our calendar over at AHRMA.org. The next 2 classic Moto Fests that are happening will be at Laguna Seca, the historical Laguna Seca, in July, and out at Barber Motorsports Park in October. So make sure you come on out, check that out. Those are going to be 2 more absolute barn burner events. They're going to be a really, really good time. It's a little bit of everything. It's bike shows, swap meets, music, racing, dirt racing, road racing, flat track, everything's happening. So we're going to have a really, really good time at those classic Moto Fests as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to all of our teams. Thank you to Jay McMacken for holding it down in here with me. I appreciate everything he does out here. He does such an excellent job. Thank you to all the thumbs up and high fives that we've received online. Jay does an awesome, awesome job. And of course, thanks to all of our volunteers and all of our staff out here. It takes a village to make this kind of awesome racing happen. We're happy to do it. Thank you for sharing it with us. We will see you next time. Thanks, everybody.